Welcome back to Voyages of the Defiance. The summary for last week is a simple one. They delved through Rex. Nothing else much to say. Oh, and at the very end, the new crew member, Andre Cox, had violent dreams that was addressed by his commanding officer, Vezio. So, what remains to be done at the scene of the battle, which we'll go to now, is there is one ship, the Dragduthir, that has been barely looted at all. The vessel, you kind of poked your head around, and then there was a serpent, and then you said, fuck that shit. Additionally, you have been getting shockingly little gold. The Kid Von Thiel kind of makes sense. I mean, it sort of beached itself, so it makes sense why the gold is missing. But there are several other vessels that you had suspected to contain gold that so far have had none. So there is that little wrinkle. Beyond that, I think that's all I got for a summary. What are we doing?
Is it morning time? Because we ended the last session like deep in the night. Or
Correct,
did we all
we did.
wake up?
Indeed,
Okay.
You guys wake up on the 27th of July.
All right. I would like to get Unios and Svensson together and talk to them about something.
Yeah, you head up to the captain's cabin. Some porridge is already in Captain Svensson's bowl. He was...
Yeah.
I
have something very specific.
Okay.
See when you're walking in, right? He is reading a sheetlet of papers. On the back of one, you see let's see, how can I translate this into Valorous terms? It's 1280, right?
Yeah, no, it's 1275, but...
Okay. Fuck. Give me a city in the Delian League.
The Delian League? Hey, go.
Okay. You see Adrian reading a paper that's entitled Chimolian Hydrostatic Theorems and Salvage Operations in 12th Century Hago.
Based. I don't give a shit about any of that. Is Unios in here?
Yes, you grabbed Unios first.
Okay. So I walk in and I'm wearing my new armor. And I'll pull them both in and I'll go, all right. You're probably wondering why I've gathered you both here.
I'll look across my paper. Oh, hello.
Hi.
I'm curious now.
Well, you know when you asked me if this armor was anything special?
Yeah?
I lied. It is special. It wasn't snort-sized until I touched it, and then it became snort-sized, so... I don't...
Really?
Yeah, and the other thing is, it's really comfortable. I really like it. It also kind of tickled my brain in a good way when I put it on. But the problem is that I just can't really get my snort magic going when I'm in it. I tried to do a little snorting around last night, and it just wasn't working out. So I figure I'd give it to you guys, and I'm hoping that you will appreciate my forthcomingness and telling the truth about it.
Yes, that would have been all well and good if you had told the truth about it the first time, but better late than never. So how's this? I won't punish you for lying to me the first time. That's okay.
Here's what I asked. I mean, I'm gonna give it to you either way. So I know I don't have leverage here, so you can decline this.
Okay.
But all I'm asking is that I was only keeping it because I'm really fucking scared of dying.
Okay. Understandable.
You know, like in that last fight, you know, I did some pretty crazy shit. I think you saw I was fighting on the front lines. But if you look at me, I'm not really like I don't really stand. You know, I jumped off the edge of the ship and flew back on. It was pretty crazy. I think a lot of people remember it. Yeah, a lot. You remember. Unios, you remember, right?
I remember.
Yeah, everyone remembers. But it's dangerous for a snort like me, and so all I'm asking is that if something comes along that I can use to help me stay alive or make my snorting a little bit better, that you know I got my name in the hat to maybe get a little something. because I'm giving this one up.
I see.
If we
So,
find anything goblin-sized, I suppose.
not much else to do with it, really. I mean,
Okay. But like, like other things, like a
Makes
ring or
sense.
something would be like goblin size. It could be like snort size. It could be Unios size. It could be lots of sizes. But I just want to be in consideration. I feel like I just don't want to be a second-rate guy here.
No, I absolutely see where you're coming from. Yes, you
All
want
right.
to be, considered along with the rest of us when it comes to the handing out of magical items. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Well, I make a big show of writing something down on a piece of paper. There you go. We got you in the list now.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, and then I'm gonna start taking off the armor. It's underneath. Well, it's funny. I take off the armor and it comes off, but it looks like I'm still wearing the armor because I also had it part of my illusion because that's just how the illusion works.
Mm-hmm.
It looks very strange. The second set of armor I'm wearing looks like less real.
I poke the armor that he just took off.
Yeah, that you took. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you give it a poke, and in sort of Snort was like holding it by the scruff because it's one like coherent bodysuit, and as you poke it, the cloth elongates and extends, and somewhat unique amongst people on the crew. You're a bit taller and lankier, so you can even see in the proportions that it's not just fixed for a medium-sized creature; it's fixed for you specifically.
Oh. Huh. I poke the armor that Snort is now wearing.
Nothing. Your finger goes
you
through
feel
it.
my slimy skin. And I go when you do that.
He snorts.
Of course you do.
What do you mean, little one, when you said it tickled your brain?
I don't know. I just felt awesome, and like a way that like was like I was like, oh cool, I got something that's snort size, and that felt awesome. And then I put it on, and like it was more than like pride. It was like I don't know. I just felt like a big guy.
That
I was
doesn't
like,
make
yeah.
sense.
So I always feel like a little guy. This made me feel like a big guy.
Could be enchanted, I suppose.
Well, I mean, I would think so, considering that it changes sizes.
Well, yes, obviously. Thank you, Snort.
Yeah. Anytime, but I am a booyog.
Yes.
What is a booyog?
Booyog is goblin for like someone that controls the dark arts, the magics, the wizardry, the gods.
What now? What was that first thing you said?
The dark art?
Yeah, I mean that's one of the options. Just like anything that like the normal goblins can't.
What's your thing?
The storms. I've talked a lot about it in case you haven't been listening.
That's actually an excellent point.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right then.
If we're in a time of honesty, I maybe a little bit of the dark arts. One of the other booyogs that I killed when I was doing a little bit of killing, had a little scroll that I read that let me do my disguising, but that's it. I don't really know where that comes from, but I read the scroll and I learned it.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine.
What? What?
Illusion
what is
magic.
a scroll? Illusion magic?
Yes.
Yeah, it was just like a piece of paper. I read it, it burned up, and now I can do this.
Yes.
I don't understand any of this. I'll trust you, Captain.
Yeah, it's the school of illusion. I just don't think they know it. Know enough about it to call it.
I don't know anything about school, boss. I just get things done, okay?
Yeah, you're very helpful, Snort. Thank you. Was that it?
Alex, what other loot did I find down there?
All the rest was turned over to the ship. That was the one thing that you sort of just
Yeah,
kept
I
for
know that was the one
yourself.
thing I kept, which is good. I remembered it because I didn't even put it on my sheet.
Oh wow. Okay, good. Yeah. So other things you found
we
was
should put it on the ship sheet then, unless
well,
Adrian's gonna keep it.
yeah, I think we'll leave that for potentially him doing that. No, so other things that you got were I believe you got a bunch of barrels that you basically got up to the ship. You got a bunch of
Wasn't there,
kegs
like,
of
a
fine.
sword or something.
There was a couple of non-magical swords.
Oh, okay. I thought there was
There's a-
something else fancy.
Let me check the ship sheets.
Crab had a trident.
Correct, but that's his, not
No.
a thing that was
Yeah.
looted.
Where did that come from? Did he always have that?
No, he got it in
Last.
the elemental plane of water last campaign.
Oh. Oh.
I don't see anything here about a magical item, so I don't know.
Okay, then I'm just making it up. Kazical telling me if I'm wrong.
True.
Um,
Yeah, you did get a bunch of barrels of stuff though, like lots and lots, especially like 6 barrels of wine or something.
all right. Yeah. So the very last thing then is that I had an unexpectedly good time going down in that barrel and snorting around on that ship, and I know there's one left to do, and I'd be happy to give that another look if you need my help. And also, I've been hearing murmurs from some of the crewmates, kind of wondering why there's no gold showing up in some of these ships. I don't know too much about that. I don't know about gold. But if you need my help looking for that, I'm Snort's by your side.
We definitely will. I suspect that we just haven't found the hidden compartments where the gold is yet.
Cool. Yeah. Was there a hidden compartment that we found on the beach ship?
There was, right, Alex?
Yeah, there was 4 different hidden compartments, all of which were fully open and empty.
Yes, that was it. They took everything before they.
Okay. Well, then if they had compartments, then we might know where they like to keep stuff.
Reportedly, from the guy we interrogated, every ship sort of did things differently. But yes, we can start with checking those places. We did on 2 of the ships, right, Alex?
So, Fun Senora was the one where you actually searched and did find some gold. It was just less than you were expecting. I think total it was like 32 gold in terms of all different denominations. The Duetithiel, I don't think you found anything. Let me double check that. Yeah, I don't think you found anything, or maybe you found like chump change. And then obviously the Dragduthiel, you haven't actually searched it at all. You just got down there and got it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, from what I remember is Rudel searched what is it? He searched the captain's quarters, which there were no hidden compartments in there, because he checked for like tar or like, no, there was a hidden compartment. It's just like there was nothing like useful in there at all. And what is it? And so his next theory was that whatever hidden compartment would hold all the good stuff would be wherever the captain slept. And then on the way to finding out wherever that was, he got attacked. So my next plan was going to be like pumping myself full of cure wounds and then invisibility, or well, I guess I would have to figure out if that Leviathan hunts by smell or sight or some kind of variation.
Supposedly it's quite territorial, so it may have just claimed that area.
Yeah, but if it's not able to see me, then I might be able to like scope the scene. Plus invisibility lasts for an hour, so
Buy in a barrel.
yeah.
Yeah, you just go down in the barrel and just chomp on the barrel and be like, eh.
Does he fit in a barrel? I know I fit in.
No, I could just breathe forever.
There's
Yeah, but the barrel would be to get
I know,
you
but
down
you
there
fit in a
without
barrel.
fit.
Rudo would have to squeeze really tight, but he could try.
Okay,
Okay,
I
'cause
know
I
this
fit in a barrel
sounds
easy.
bad, but if this helps anyway, Riddles had an item, so Adrian can back him up. This is not like demon shit. He got it in front of Adrian and has nothing to do with demon shit. It's just the Gulthias staff, which has animate dead on it. So
Good luck selling that.
That's so funny. Well, okay, so we'll get to all those solutions in a bit. For now, we have
sounds like demon shit to me.
we have a potentially magic studded leather armor. Well, almost guaranteed magic of some type. What do we want to do with it? Or sorry, it's just leather armor, not studded.
Into the hold.
Okay.
Can it fit in the lockbox?
You would have, you could have
If
Snort
Snort
touch
touches
it,
it
and
first.
then, yeah, exactly.
Oh, genius. Yes, I will do that.
Sounds good. Okay, cool.
Okay, so that
one.
seems quite valuable.
Actually, so that would mean that Snort would have to be the one to actually put it in there, because if he touched it and someone else touched it, it would grit again.
Correct.
Which means that Snort, for
Yeah,
the
that's
first
fine.
time, gets to look in the lockbox.
It's
And
true.
Yep,
I
that's
pull
true.
no shenanigans, but you see my eyes go wide as I put it in there and go.
Do you
You're
see
very
something,
odd,
little
Snort.
one?
Oh, yeah, and I drop it in there and then close the lid. Just never got to see in there before.
More gold than you've ever seen in your life before? Or...
Oh, yeah. And, I just like knowing what's inside of things, and I've seen the rest of this shit, but that's the one thing I never seen inside.
Ah, I see. Have you seen inside of every grog barrel?
Yeah,
What?
I'm the bosun's mate. I gotta know what we got.
But you've seen inside of them.
Yeah, I took a look.
My God. That's...
I'm diligent. I'm a diligent Snort.
Eric, would that like spoil the grog at all?
I
No.
need to check something really
Okay.
quick.
Then again, it's not. I'll say in character. Did you touch it or breathe too
No,
quick?
no. Peek, look in, grog, close.
What about every
I never
empty
arranged this
barrel?
shit.
What about every empty barrel we possess?
I've been in most of them.
Good lord. Spend
I don't
your
always
days-
sleep in my bunk.
We have 250 empty barrels.
Yeah.
You must not sleep very much.
No, well, yeah, I'm always snorting around.
He does a
It's
lot
a
of
busy day.
hiding
Listen,
from
there's
Shaibon.
like 12 hours in a day to work. I do like 6 with the carpenter. I do like 2 talking to crewmates, and then they usually start talking about cutting off my feet, which I am worried about. I feel like that's going to get a whole lot worse after you kind of provokes the idea. They're going to have to start wondering what makes me so different.
No, you'll be okay.
Yeah, you say that. And then
Fairly.
that's only 8 hours. He's still got like 4 hours left to just go barrel diving.
I suppose. I suppose.
Yeah. I found
Bedtime
a
routine.
copper in the bottom of one of them.
Aren't you lucky?
So I'm 1 copper richer than I used to be.
Well, there you go. You can
Yeah.
buy yourself a
First coin I ever owned.
bowl of stew.
Yeah. Well,
All right.
that's all I got to say, and I'm gonna walk away and do the patting my hands, clean up dust, and then just walk out the door.
Okay.
Such an odd creature.
I'll have to keep a closer eye on our barrels.
I mean,
He's going to be touching them.
he is the bosun's mate.
Yeah,
He's not wrong. It is his job.
I suppose, but I don't have to like it.
No, I didn't like Rory cooking us rats either. Well, I suppose I did do something about that.
What's this story?
Dinner tonight. I'll tell you all.
Ah, alright.
Over dinner.
Horrible story to tell over dinner. Insane
Based.
story to tell over dinner.
All right. So, as you walk the length of the ship's fence in, you take into account your circumstance. You are in a very safe grotto. There was some medium winds last night, but no waves of significant height were able to get inside this inlet here. You even get the sense that, the pirates may have been using this as some sort of base of sorts, just because it seems like a pretty safe place to camp, and 2 of the ships that attacked you came from inside this inlet. And your ship's fucked up. You are at 35 out of 85 hit points. Currently, the weather is light wind with no rain, so it's pretty pleasant. And there is still that crew of like 18 people that fled inland. Or I think it was 13, 18. You looked at the ship's ledger, somewhere in there. Either way, so there's that whole loose end.
Can I get the world map for a moment?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I will ping where we are. Oh, wait, never mind. Well, we are, I forgot we were doing the GM thing. We are about half a day's travel south of Linthel. That's when we were ambushed by the
And that's
Bozos.
half a day. That's half a day by boat, right? So that's
Half a day by boat,
45
yeah.
Miles.
I'm not going to say the number, but
We're at like
No,
35
so
at
the-
speed, right?
The,
Your
I'm
average speed
saying-
is 90 miles. Typically, with normal winds, you guys are traveling 45. On the day that
a
you,
navigator's check to see where we are.
we could also just do that.
yeah, can we do that?
All right, Jackson, roll me 2 navigator checks. That's one success.
Supremely based.
And that is 2 successes. All right, you are. I think you are. One sec.
Cap of 10.
I'm going to use
sailing,
Linthel as
right?
the measuring point because I was about to use Redberg and I was going to be some fucked up math. You guys are 12 miles east of Linthel.
All right, so we're in this little pocket.
Okay, but all in all, it's going to take them on foot. How many days from my measurement?
17?
How fast can you travel on foot? Yeah.
You can, if you're force marching, you can go like 60 miles, but that's like agony death march. Typically, though, 20 miles a day is much, much, much more standard. So they could have been
I
there
see.
already. They could have marched over throughout the night.
They were
Okay,
privateers, right?
Yeah.
probably hanging around here for one more day is advisable, and then we should boot, scoot, and boogie after that.
Okay.
Eric's,
okay.
There's a cap of 10 sailing die, right?
Yes.
Just making sure.
Can we go back to the
Yeah.
the battle map?
Yeah.
And the boat can be repaired while we're sitting here today, right? 'Cause
If you're doing a short rest, yes, it can.
we're not traveling, so I would imagine it's even better than slow.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Jackson,
Yeah.
does Unios know, like, of the stuff we plan on selling, like, an estimate on, like, how much we could get for all of it?
Like all the stuff we plan on selling.
Yeah, all the stuff we plan on selling. I'm just, like, thinking about, like, the gold we actually have, the liquid assets we actually have, plus, like, around how much we actually have to get, like, a kind of estimate on
Oh,
how
that's
much we
right,
have
we-
in total.
We took the
I-
two ballista from the floating ship.
Yeah, I'd have to do some math, but I think the 2 ballistas would be the big.
That
Well,
in
remember,
itself
you
is
like scammed the fuck out of
400
that
gold.
random town.
Yeah.
Did
You
we?
yes, you sold it to them
I
like
thought that was just the going price.
no.
No,
That's how
they
much that town
scammed
offered
themselves.
you. Yeah, they scammed themselves.
scammed
Correct. This is true. Yes, they scammed themselves by giving you an
Oh,
insanely high
yeah.
offer, and you just accepted it.
Alex, I'll have you
Uh,
know that things are worth whatever people are willing to pay for them. So we
Except
sold it to
in
them
this
at exactly
world,
the
you
right
are
price.
incorrect because magic determines the price of goods. Apparently,
Yeah, I forgot.
or is
about
it the
that.
other way around? Who knows?
Yeah.
Goods determine
I think
the
the
price
other
of
way.
magic?
Mm. I mean, yeah, material components have a fixed
Well-
gold cost, so it's one or the other.
That's a good point,
Oh.
actually.
I have to go for a little bit. I hope to be back soon.
Okay.
I'd say there's too much variation to get a real good estimate.
Yeah.
Like, pretty much
Yeah.
everything we're planning to sell could go for a wide range of prices.
Fair enough.
Do we still have that stone coffin? 'Cause it's
Yeah.
still
We
on
do.
Here, so.
We have that, its clothes, its ornamental dagger, and fire moss that we've been sitting on for a while.
The
That's
coffin
right, yeah,
was
we need to find some
Mythosian,
way to-
wasn't it?
There was Mythosian, archaic Mythosian text carved on it. I would not call the coffin itself Mythosian, though.
Vampiric.
Okay. Why didn't we try and sell it in Mythdosia then?
Bureaucracy.
Is my point.
Yeah,
Oh, fair enough.
It would have taken forever.
Fair enough.
Alrighty. So, yeah, my research turned up nothing good. That article was not what I was hoping it was.
Well, as the early morning is beginning, everyone's sort of lazily starting the day after the victorious day yesterday. Vezio, as you are waking up in the early morning, you're head of night watch, and you also have to be awake during the day. So it's just, you're getting very little sleep these days. So you're like rubbing sleep out of your eyes. David Cook got you some coffee. You're up at the forecastle.
Maybe
And-
get paid extra for this.
You do, well, no, but
Think again.
Ete Yildrim, one of the Marines, will walk up to you, and he's not on night watch, so he's bright and chipper, and he says, "Good morning, Sergeant."
Is it morning already?
Yes, sir. Well, I was talking to Toloy last night. You know, we were struggling to fall asleep after all the excitement of the day. And we had a thought. You know, we're trying to go up the chain of command the right way, so we thought we'd bring it to you first.
Okay, I'm listening.
So, you know how, yesterday, when those ships started to surround us, 2 came from here in the inlet. Our thought was that maybe this is some sort of staging ground to those there pirates, and, I mean, privateers, they're known for hiding goods, and, I heard a rumor around the ship that we haven't found many gold on their vessels, so maybe we got a buried treasure situation. Maybe somewhere around this inlet along the beaches, they got themselves a little hideout.
It's not a bad idea, really.
Thank you, sir.
I'll bring it up to the captain.
He'll slink away.
And
Away.
I'm going to go see the captain, I guess.
Yeah, the captain is walking along the length of the ship, speaking to the master carpenter. Seems to be getting estimates about how much damage can be repaired in the morning. And just as Shaibon heads to the lower hold to go, find what those estimates are, you can approach Captain Svensson.
Captain.
Oh, Vizio.
I was just talking with one of my marines, and some of them were thinking, we're not finding a whole lot of coin from ships. Finding other stuff, but not coin.
No, we're not.
And we got to thinking, perhaps they're using this as type of base. Perhaps they've buried their coin somewhere nearby. If they have a lot of it and they're using this as a base of operations, assume they would want to keep it somewhere only they have access to, only they know about. It would be here now.
Not a bad idea right there. Alright, I suppose while we're conducting salvage operations, we can send a separate team to go start scouring the beach. See if there's anything there. Couldn't hurt.
Keep an eye out for, I guess, maps or something and when you're salvaging too.
Oh yeah, it's very true.
Did
Alright, good work, Vizio.
Blake?
Oh, sorry.
No, please.
Did we okay, 2 ideas. So we definitely patted the dead captain clean of any
You stripped
hidden-
him naked.
Okay. Second,
Ain't shit there.
do you think the animate dead spell could point and just take us to it?
Animate dead do not recall any details of what they were in life. It's just the body, not the mind.
Oh.
Yeah, you're looking for speak with dead with that.
Correct.
And we could ask them hey, where's your
Now-
fucking hidden treasure? And they'd be like, what hidden treasure?
What Animate Dead could do is just allow us to salvage for 24 hours straight without having to.
I would not remember. Oh, sorry, that was Ben, not you. Rudimentary undead without a proper because necromancers can get mental bonds to their undead and basically directly command them. Animate dead gives you a certain ability of command, but these undead are actually brainless. Not like they're stupid, they just have no brain at all, so it can only follow incredibly explicit instructions. So doing something as advanced as a salvaging operation underwater, it's going to be really hard to give them
it's
a
more-
coherent...
I'm more thinking of using it hey, walk over here. Hey, rip this board up.
Sure, but again, how are you going to talk to it while you're underwater?
You don't have
Or follows it.
There isn't a. I thought there'd be a mental connection there.
My-
Oh, you're right, there is a mental command, but you have to be within 60 feet.
Yeah, my idea
alright,
was...
Put a
what
dude in a
is it?
barrel and put him 10 feet down.
Well, also
my
have to be
idea
Blake.
was what is it? So I'd heal myself up, I'd go invisible, and I'd make some random corpse reanimate. I tell the corpse to swim down, and I swim down with it while I'm invisible. At a certain point, I'll tell it to stop and start flailing wildly, in which point
Use that as a distraction, basically.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't think it wouldn't last long, or I could just tell it to get its attention, and then like at a certain point, like if I see it like moving, I could just be like swim really fast in that direction.
How long does Empty Dead last?
I believe it is 24 hours before it falls from your control, but it's a permanent reanimation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah. Well, real quick, regarding the group to send ashore to look for this potentially hidden area, this is like textbook mission for the first mate if you want to remain on the ship. Because
Yes, I would
it's
definitely remain. I would
okay.
remain on the ship.
Then real quick, who do you want to send to go look for this hideout?
The first mate.
Okay.
Vezio. Like
All right.
half of the Marines. Andre.
Alright.
Crab
And
might have something.
a bunch of oarsmen to help with digging and that sort of thing.
Crab might have
That's all right.
something for like locating objects.
Okay, while I'm getting this together, does Snort come up to me and ask what's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, boss. Checking
Yeah.
in. How's everything going? Just wondering if you need me to get in a barrel. Kind of got myself all hyped up for it, and you haven't asked yet. So.
No, we're just getting a crew together, ready to go ashore, look for buried treasure. Is that
Why would
nature?
there be buried treasure?
Sometimes privateers, especially if they find a base such as this, will just choose to put their treasure on land instead of risk losing it in a storm or to a sea creature or something of that nature.
Oh, you're saying they use this spot a lot, you think?
That's what we think, yes.
Wait, just had a brain blast.
Oh shit.
Those guys that got off the boat, if
Yeah.
they probably just went for the treasure, tried to, wouldn't they?
I suppose.
You know, Captain, I just had a really good idea.
Is it the same one Vezio just told me?
Oh, unfortunately, Vezio isn't here, so.
Oh no!
Snort had a great idea.
Okay. Anyway, yeah. Okay. What's that?
Wouldn't they have just looted their little hiding spot on the way out, so we could either follow their footsteps or just give up, knowing that they probably took it all?
Maybe, but maybe they were just in such a hurry to get out. We could follow their footsteps, though. That's a great idea.
Yeah. Another good snort blast.
We really just,
That was all Snort,
Snort
100%.
blast.
Yeah, I'm cooking.
We'll
Never
call
say
it a
that again.
snast.
I do a little like
snast.
what do you do that thing where you kind of like you like take a step back and then you like pull your fist down and then kind of like pump it forward and I go ba-boom.
Dirt snasty.
You said hubba to what?
Anyways, is there anyone else who want to add to this expedition? Do we want to send Snort to the land because he had such a great idea?
Yes, I will reward Snort by he gets to touch.
Oh wait, so you're not gonna put me in a barrel anymore?
I don't. Well, actually, Riddle, can you fit in the barrel?
I don't know
I don't know.
why I would need to be in the barrel.
If Snort goes on land.
Wait, why would I need to go in a barrel? What's the point of the
Go down.
barrel?
Yeah, you can just breathe underwater. I'm the only one. Well, you
No,
need to
it's
be in
so
a barrel
it's
to
so you
not get
don't-
eaten by sharks.
Yeah, so you don't get eaten on the way down. Because then you can just be in the ship and not get eaten. 'Cause
Why would it
you'll
not
be,
just
you know, in
eat the
ship.
barrel? Like trying to eat the barrel.
What?
It would, but it's a barrel. It's just gonna. and
Okay,
then,
whoa, fair
like,
enough.
Go away.
Sharks
It's a
are
barrel.
animals, not monsters. They don't just like randomly try to eat anything they come across.
Well, my counter argument is I have invisibility that
Oh, well,
lasts
there
an
you
hour.
go. There you go.
Well, then you just can you do that unlimited?
Well, yeah, I have up to 2 hours of it, but
So
meant-
no, you can't. You can't do that unlimited.
what-
So the answer is no.
okay. But I don't think I'll be down there for 2 hours.
Why not? I'm saying, can you use the invisibility as many times as you want?
Like, what do you mean? Like, are you asking if I can make me and Snort invisible?
Do you have limited uses of invisibility? As in, is it a spell slot or ability that you get on a long rest? Things of that nature.
Yeah. Well, you
Okay,
have the
so
point. It depends on the point you're trying to get at.
Why wouldn't we just use a barrel? Because we have like 300 of those, versus you only have like 4 uses of invisibility. Or something like that.
Because I trust my magic more than a barrel.
Captain, you're making this too complicated. Just let Snort take care of it.
Okay, yeah, Snort, you'll go down in the barrel then.
Yeah!
Can you give him?
Snort.
Can you give him your ring?
No.
I did ask for a ring.
Why?
Because it's mine.
Sure, but can he just temporarily use it to go down there for the day and then give it back to you once it's all over?
No.
Why?
What the fuck?
Why?
If you're gonna demand items from me, I'm also gonna demand items from me. Meaning, I'm gonna fight for my own rights over my own stuff.
You're going to demand your right to borrow things, which you already have,
What do you mean, our things?
which you could like.
Does it require attunement?
Yeah, it does.
How long?
How long is attunement, Alex?
If I recall correctly,
I don't know.
attunement is a thing that's done
Alex,
over a
how long
short
does
rest.
attunement?
Alas. All right. You know what? If you want to use your invisibility to go down there, I'm not going to say no. But I'm also going to send Snort down there, because why not? See, there you go. He's very excited. We'll work together. I think 2 of you down there will probably be better
Yeah.
than 1 anyhow.
Well, it's gonna be like a good bosun's mate mission. I'm excited about this. I'm gonna walk
There
up
you
to
go.
Roodle and offer him a high five.
I'll high five him back.
There you go.
Hell yeah! All right,
Good.
and then I'm just gonna like run up to the nearest barrel and like full on dive in, like hands in
Yeah.
front of me, just like.
Yeah, you sprint to the nearest barrel. David Cook says, "No, wait!" And then you splash into the morning porridge. Bits of porridge fly over the deck. David Cook sighs very heavily.
But,
I'm gonna. Al's in here.
already ate.
It's fine, Captain. It was almost empty, anyways.
I'll look into the barrel. What do I see?
There's about at the bottom there's a snort, and it's about 1/10 of the way filled with uneaten porridge.
Is it filled a lot more now that he's in there? You know, taking up volume. and all
No,
that?
with him being in there, it's like 1/10. So there's really just a couple scraps left at the
okay,
bottom,
alright.
but
There wasn't-
Does
there
it
wasn't-
fuck up my illusion? Does it,
I
like,
think
look weird 'cause
I think
I'm
the
covered in
captain
porridge?
notices. Yeah, the captain notices that you are porridgeless. Like no part of your body's covered in porridge. Even though in some parts of it are clipping through your illusion. But David Cook seems to be like cleaning himself off. He's too distracted to notice.
Get
Alright.
get out of there, Snort.
All right, and I'm gonna
I'll-
try and jump out, but you're gonna have to pull me.
I'll pick him up, make a big show of like cleaning him off, and be like, "There, I'll clean."
Yeah, it sort of
Alright.
resembles a dad picking up their kid, like holding them at arm's length, like cleaning them
Yeah, that's
off.
okay. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Alrighty. Is there anyone else you want to send to the hideout search crew, or are we good with where everyone's at?
We're probably good.
Perfect. Okay, we're gonna do the hideout group first. Then we'll cut to the salvage boys. Then we'll cut to Shaiban alone in his Unios and Shaiban in the bowels of the ship. So, Georg and Vezio, the 2 of you guys getting the many new rowboats you've acquired. And where do you want to start in your search along this inlet?
Let's have a look at the tides. How high do the tides go?
So this map here is high tide. During low tide, I'm gonna draw basically the maximum extent. So during low tide, this thing expands a little bit. This thing expands a little bit, and this whole area out to almost like there all fills in. But those are the major changes. This area seems to be pretty tidally stable.
Well, I don't think you'd bury something under the low tide because it would rot pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And probably wash away, most likely.
But it would be a very good hiding spot.
True.
What about the people that ran? Where did they end up going? Like, where did they?
You did not look super intensely, but when
Didn't
they
look
were searching the
intensely, yeah.
vessel, they saw footsteps going this way, but they didn't look for them. They just were like, oh, they're going that way, and then they went back to searching the ship.
Going this way?
Yeah, well, just where I drew the green arrow. They didn't past that. You're not sure because they didn't follow it.
Should we check these footsteps first to see if they've gone to any place along here?
It's a good start.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Georg and Vezio, the two of you roll up with the 2 dinghies at your disposal. You got a bunch of oarsmen for manual labor, a couple marines. The only other player character level having person is Andre, but he is largely disinterested with this mission since he was on night watch as well, so he's fucking exhausted. So the two of you guys dock your dinghies. Do you leave anyone at the dinghies, or do we got our whole crew of 13 people headed inland?
I think we could leave a couple people behind. Probably
Okay.
1 marine, one, and a couple oarsmen.
Alrighty,
Do we
sounds
need to
good.
take the oarsmen with us?
The captain said to.
Okay.
He wanted them to do manual labor for you if you need to dig something out.
Alright then, yeah.
Okay,
Take
cool.
the 2 oarsmen.
Alright, you leave, so you're taking 2 oarsmen, you're leaving everyone else?
No, how many marines are with us?
You have 4 marines and a total of 7 oarsmen.
I assume the oarsmen we have are freedmen as well, not dead.
Correct. Well, there's one death slave, but he can't swim, so. Alright, 1 oarsman, 2 marines. You can leave those behind.
I said 2 oarsmen for me.
Oh, 2 oarsmen. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Alright, then Georg, Vezio, Horka, Taloy, Andre, and a couple of oarsmen. You guys climb up over the Cape Von Thiel, head out over towards the sand, and I'd like both of you guys to make survival checks. And then Ethan, actually we'll have Jackson roll this. You're going to roll for Andre, Jackson, so roll me a d20 plus 3.
Advantage somehow.
No, we're all just going to have you roll individually.
All right, I'm back.
All right, Vezio. So the 3 of you guys, Andre, Vezio, and Georg, begin to spread along the sands. And obviously people went through here. The survival check isn't so much to see if they're traveling. It's 13 people moving across sand. It's pretty easy to tell. Plus, it hasn't rained since then, so it's not that hard. But what you determine, Vezio, is sort of what they took with them. 6 footprints seem heavily weighed down as if they were carrying something heavy, and you can begin to track them. So I'm going to delete the screen line and just start drawing a little line for y'all. So the lines start to go starts to travel along this long, skinny shoal. And then once you get to here, this is where you guys kind of come upon a conflict where Andre, he'll point towards the west and say, I think they went along the shore that way. But Vezio, you think they probably went straight in the direction of the sparse woods.
We want to split and check both, or do we want to stay together?
Andre shrugs.
Staying together would be better.
What are we
I
worried
guess these
about?
are, if we do run into them, these are still, 13 men?
Andre will chuckle and plant his spear in the ground. What, we come across 13 emaciated Galadite sailors? I'd probably take care of them myself.
I'm sure we could take them. Don't want to lose the oarsman here or something, though.
All right, well, he looks at the group you have assembled with you. I'll take the slave, one of the marines. That should be enough for me to go search in this direction.
He's not holding anything back. He seems trustworthy. Can I do an insight?
Yeah, roll an insight check.
He's kind of new. Oh, well.
I think the main thing you glean, which I think you've always known about Andre, is he's
Just
pretty
always
veteran and
confident.
pretty cocky. Yeah, basically, once he thinks he's right, he's basically always going to be like, yeah, we'll be totally fine. So he may be underestimating what he needs, but in general, he's just very cocky and headstrong. Am I cocky and headstrong, Ben?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
I'm cocky.
Yeah. Well,
I got a cocky headstrong.
we'll
Thank you.
cover more
Yo!
time. We'll cover more distance this way, so let's do it.
All right, I'll see you in a bit, Sergeant. And that's Andre's group, so we'll mark those 3 accordingly. He is taking the slave with him, so you guys just have Freedman and 1 other Marine. And you guys start to head into the woods, and now our battle map is no longer going to serve us here, so we'll be exiting it because you guys start to follow their trail. And I'm going to need another survival check from Georg and Vezio.
Ah, damn.
And Storm.
Number
No,
one. You know,
No,
neither of us have good
smart.
survival here.
no one in the entire crew does, other than the missing people. All right, the 2 of you guys head into the woods, and you start to try to follow this. The thing is, neither of you have this skill set. Georg is most used to whittling, and then after that, he had a brief, career as like a captain and a murderer, as are all pirates. And Vezio, you've been a soldier your whole life, which starts to indent some survival skills, but not really tracking. So the 2 of you are struggling here. And roll me what's your past perception, Georg?
16.
Okay, you notice that a member of your little expedition here, one of the oarsmen by the name of Ithiel, he seems to be like lingering near a bush. Nothing about the bush seems particularly unique to you, but I think you just notice his body language. He seems like he wants to say something, but he's a bit on the shyer side, so he's not speaking up.
What's his name?
Ithiel.
Defiance. Is there something wrong with that bush over there?
No, First Mate, it's just, and he sort of reaches down into the thorns and removes a small piece of bloodied cloth. I just noticed this.
Holy shit, Defiance, you're a godsend.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
I guess, can I do like a perception check around that bush, see if I can notice any like footprints?
Yeah, you and Vezio can roll together. Make me a survival check with advantage. It is also worth noting, Ithiel's incredibly jacked because he's an oarsman, so it's like an ultra jacked, like, he's not particularly tall, but just a very jacked guy talking very softly and gently.
It's like that buff teddy bear thing.
Yeah, there you go, buff teddy bear.
Promotes him
Well,
to a
Both
forecaster.
of us
Do you
make
want
survival
to roll the
checks.
survival
No,
check?
just 1 survival check from Georg, but it's going to be at advantage.
I have a +1 in survivals.
L.
Do you want me to do it, or
No,
is it just Gale?
it's just Georg.
Oh, alright,
Because he's the one that
fair
noticed
enough.
Ithiel. Yeah. Georg, you start to look around the bush, and you find signs that someone briefly rested here. One person briefly rested here, which is interesting, because the rest of the footprints seem to head deeper into the land. This one, though, from what you can tell, this is pure guesswork. But, bloodied bandage, he stopped here. This is probably a member of that ship that was severely injured, or else they probably would have continued with the others. And, since this is just from yesterday, if this person's severely injured, they may still be around here somewhere.
Keep your eyes peeled. Probably one of the more, if I have to guess, injured person from the ship that ran is still around here.
Yeah, instantly Taloy, the Marine with you, raises his musket towards the surrounding trees.
Do I not notice like any other footprints heading in any other directions that are
Yeah, so there's that
separate from
main
the
group that is headed deeper into the woods. The main problem is that, like, out here, there's not like mud, there's not sand, there's no medium through which you can easily tell the direction they were traveling. Your best bet would probably be to fan the local area and look for that injured guy. Maybe he could lend more information, but your tracking abilities, you didn't do very well.
This may be a little bit of a far stretch, but can I do perception checks for any like nap twigs or anything on the ground?
No, your original survival check was to see if you could follow the main group, which you failed at.
Well,
If there is an additional piece of information that you think you can use to track the group, that's one thing, but
Well, if we think there's an injured person here and they could still be alive, could we like get real quiet and try and listen for them?
Blood trails.
yeah, you
Look
could,
for
yeah.
blood
If you want to
trails.
make survival or perception looking for the injured person, yeah, absolutely.
alright.
I think we look for the
yeah,
injured person. If they're still
Yeah,
alive, we
100%.
can
Okay.
figure out what they're now.
Yeah, then roll me a perception check, Georg, to search the surrounding area.
Doom.
Yeah, I mean, this person was bleeding like a stuck pig, and once you realize that what you're looking for, that's when, your instincts start to kick in. Because hunting injured people, now that's work you've done as a pirate before. And you start to look at
Oh no.
you start to look at like surrounding trees, and Galadite, which is half-elven blood, is a little bit darker than humans. Not enough that it's very noticeable most of the time, but when it's dry, it takes on this almost brownish color. You start to notice embedded in the bark of some of the nearby trees, and you start to follow this path. And just instinctually, because you're starting to crouch down as you follow this trail, everyone else starts to join you. The 4 oarsmen, they all have like little, like, they have no weapons, so they're just like kind of, one of them has a shovel, but that's not really a weapon. Those 4 are just like all clustered together near the back. Your marine, Taloy, is up near the front with you and Vezio, and he's sort of crouched down holding his musket. And the loudest noise of your little column is Vezio's armor going clank, clank, clank with every single step. But you are definitely on the trail of something. My main question is, do you want to change the formation of your group? Do you want to develop a new strategy, or do you just want to follow this path where it takes you?
Do you think do you want to be near the back? I'll take the marine in the front, kind of thing. Or do you want the marine in the middle and oarsmen in between?
I can hang out at the back. I can cover pretty decent ground if there's a fight in front. So.
Okay.
All right.
And we'll just move Vezio to the back and just have the marine me in the front, oarsmen in the middle.
Yeah, Vezio, you
The
start to
double
move
guy near
to the back.
Near the front too.
Yeah. And you, along with the marine, start to creep forward. And as you're moving, you're in the Galadite forests, which are a lot closer to like temperate rainforest, sort of like the forest on the Olympic Peninsula. And these are drenched with just general moisture, even though there's no rain coming down right now. And you hear all these strange noises of local flora and fauna, which is making it harder to track. But these bloodstains are still leading on a consistent trail. And you begin to slow down because the bloodstains stop rather abruptly at the entrance. Well, not entrance, but at one side of a large hedge. And, it's a familiar enough situation that you instantly stop, because that means that either, if a blood trail instantly stopped, it means either A, they found a way to bandage the wound, which seems very unlikely, they climbed something, or they're inside of that hedge. The marine who's next to you holding a musket, he's like crouched down beside you, and he says, back before I was a marine, I used to be a hunter, and sometimes would help local lords hunt foxes. And, some of the men's job was to just scare the foxes to get out of the brush so that the lords could skewer them with their pikes. I could go around the other side, shoot a musket ball off, freak them out.
That plan, yeah, I think that plan's a fine one, actually. Do it.
Yes, sir. And I would like Jackson to roll a d20 plus 3 for the stealth of the marine.
On it.
Three.
Want to kill this
Who
guy.
may or may not be in there.
Fuck. Add the 3.
Yes, for the one that may or may not be in there.
It's a 16.
The marine moves around the hedgerow. He's still in line of sight of you, so he moves to basically 120 degrees along the circular part of this hedgerow, and he levels his musket. He seems to be looking at you, waiting for a signal to go.
Alex, can I do one quick look around for any what's the word? Can I try and look for any marks of if he climbed or not, and then I'll just snap my fingers to do it?
Yeah, roll me a perception check. Yeah, you look along the lengths of the tree. You're looking for broken lower branches. You're looking for areas of the foliage that have been disrupted, or signs of needles on the ground here from things that he disrupted higher up in the tree. You find no signs of any of that.
All right, then I guess I would just.
All right, he fires his musket.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, it's a deafening noise, and instantly the forest grows much quieter as everything goes silent. Birds fly away, animals go quiet. The whole forest seems to just quiet as this echoing sound of a gunshot echoes. But there is no movement in the bush. And the marine looks over at you. He speaks a bit louder now, basically shouting over to you. Maybe I killed him.
Did you hear him drop to the ground from anywhere?
Maybe he was crouched down. But no, I didn't hear anything.
Alright, come back to the group then. we'll fan out, take a look around.
Yeah, by now Vezio has caught up to you. The Marine walks back over. He's in the process of reloading his gun.
Cool.
I mean, what are we looking for? It's the truck stopped right there. He's got to be somewhere around here.
It's either hiding in the bushes or in the trees or
Like the track
Where?
stopped right at the bush, or
Well,
like
yeah, so
near the
you're not
bush?
following tracks, you're following a blood trail. And so, there's this large sort of dense area of undergrowth, and the blood trail stops at a tree right next to that undergrowth. Obviously, Gary would look upward to see if the guy climbed. No signs of that. So, unless he somehow
I want
stopped the
to
bleeding.
start like tapping the base of my halberd around the ground here. I'm gonna look for like a trapdoor or something.
Like on the ground where the blood trail stopped, or inside of the bush?
Yeah, just on the ground where the blood trail stopped, and then around.
Okay, yeah, you start to
covered
tap
by
it.
bushes or something.
Yeah, and the Marine seems to pick up what you're putting down, and he'll, unsheath his longsword and begin to tap the ground as well. The guy with the shovel, he'll join in as well. Georg, do you have any long thing that you can poke with?
I have a crusading short sword.
Not
That's
long. You're
long
gonna
enough.
have to creak over. Your old backbones are gonna start hurting, but you'll lean over and start poking the ground. You'll take a swig of your flask, and the pain fades away.
Let's go!
And
So based.
Boaz, the oarsman that's holding the shovel, he's like poking the bush, and it's pretty noticeable because all of you hear a high-pitched tink as the metal of his shovel hits something else that's made out of metal. And he sort of starts to push away, the undergrowth. Instantly, the Marine, Toloy runs over and sort of, raises his longsword into a stabbing posture. And as Boaz, pushes aside the undergrowth, you see a dead body. This guy bled out. He just laid down on the ground to sleep. He sort of curled up in on himself, and the metal on metal sound was the shovel hitting the sword that he was like clutching in his hands.
Well, but
Interrogate him.
Toloy stabs him for good measure.
Based.
I think he's dead, Sergeant.
It looks that way.
So
Did
fucking
he have
cool.
anything on him?
Toloy grabs his body, yanks it out of the bush. It's a pretty violent motion. You hear the joints pop, rigor mortis has set in. So this body is, the movement of it is pretty sickening to watch. And then it gets dragged out of the bush, and Toloy pulls back the vest because this guy was a Galadite corsair in a very hot area of the world. So all he had on was a vest, trousers. He had a little coin purse at his side. He was holding a cutlass close to his chest. Toloy, Skit throws the cutlass over to you, Vezio. He, cuts off the coin purse, tosses that over to you, and he starts to, pat along the legs of the trousers, opens up the vest, seems to search along its inside, and he looks up and says, Sergeant, my guess is his mates probably took everything he had once he fell behind. I mean, I know that you or I would do the same.
Well, we've lost track of the main party. Don't know where the hell they could even be.
I mean, when me and Ite were thinking about this whole idea, we kind of assumed that it'd be on the beaches if the hideout were anywhere. If they went this far inland, there's probably no hideout around here.
Let's go back and check with the other party then.
What do you want to do with the sword and the pouch? It felt light enough that I don't think there's coins in there.
doesn't hurt to take it with us now.
All right, Georg, you can add a scimitar to your sheet, and you can pick up the small little pouch and open it up. Inside, it is a coin purse, and it contains 2 copper pieces.
Cool.
Yeah, we're rich.
That's double snorts net well.
Yo, dude.
Big.
Give it to the debt slave.
The debt slave is with Andre.
Oh, my bad.
It's okay.
And you'd have to use it to pay his debt first.
Also true. So yeah, do you guys start to double back towards the beach to meet with Andre?
Yeah.
All right, you guys begin to exit the jungle, and slowly as you leave the area where the gunshot was fired, the jungle starts to get louder and louder. And it's not until you get to the beach that it once again begins to, quiet as you emerge out onto the ocean, open ocean. And in this area, you find that Andre is not back yet. You guys seem to have got there a little bit before him. Do you just hang out on the beach and wait?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's fun. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are chilling here for about 3 or 4 minutes. The debt slave just starts to make a little. Sorry, not debt slave. The oarsman with the shovel starts to make a little sandcastle here on the beach since he's got a shovel with him and there's a lot of sand around you. The marine sort of crouches down and helps him, and then you guys hear a gunshot from basically your southeast, which is the direction that Andre went in, and you see birds exit from the forest, and in a similar way to what happened when you guys shot, the entire forest in that section of the woods starts to quiet down.
I think we should go there, no?
We know where he is now, so we can catch
Yep,
up.
let's
with him.
go.
Yeah, you guys start to jog. Taloy, it instinctually takes out his sword and starts to jog alongside you and Vezio. And there's not much conversation had as you guys get closer. The debt slaves start to fall further. Sorry, not debt slaves, oarsmen start to fall further and further behind you guys. Like it's first, there's a 5-foot gap between you, then a 30-foot gap, and by the time you guys, push through the foliage in the direction of the thing, they're like 100 feet back. They don't want to get involved in any fighting if it happens. And you guys push out into a clearing, and you see Andre Cox is crouched down. He has a musket in his hand, which he doesn't have a musket, so he must have taken it from one of the Marines that was with him. And he's crouching over a bright red monkey that has a giant, like, golf ball-sized hole in its chest.
So based.
Is it only Andre Cox here?
Yeah. And
Look around.
yeah, as you guys burst out of the woods, he'll glance over and he, picks up the monkey. It's like it's basically one of those small little like Caribbean monkeys, but with bright red fur and a giant bullet hole in its chest. And he holds it up and says, "Oh, hey, Sergeant. Just got some hunting in while we were looking around. Look how bright this thing is."
Interesting catch.
All right. Imagine this, making some slippers out of this.
That'd be very nice. Well, did you guys find anything on your expedition?
No, those two are useless. I'm sure they're poking around somewhere in these woods, probably running in the direction of the shot. They're real slow, so I went on ahead. I don't think they went this way.
Yeah.
Didn't I tell you to stick with these guys in case anyone ran into people?
I just shot a gun. I think they'll find us soon enough.
Okay.
And he walks over to your group, and one of your oarsmen, sort of reaches out his hand and says, "Can I touch the monkey?" And Andre nods, and they start. A couple oarsmen go over, and they're like, they've never seen a fucking monkey before, so they're all like touching this little fucking creature. And eventually, like 30, 40 seconds later, two people burst out of the woods on the far side of the clearing. Horka, who got his gun stolen from him, and the debt slave. And the debt slave has like a big like welt on his face, like he got hit pretty hard. And Horka's like holding him by the scruff of the neck, and he sort of tosses the debt slave to the ground and says, "Sergeant, you need to explain to Andre what teamwork means."
Yes. Can we get a summary of what happened?
Andre will leave the monkey to the oarsman and walk on over and say, "Well, we started to move along the jungle's edge, and I noticed that the tracks seemed to lead here in the woods. So I requisitioned a firearm of Mr. Gambold here, and while I was searching, I realized that the trail I thought was a man was likely some sort of beast of the jungle. So I decided that, to get everyone together, as has now happened, I decided to shoot that little fella," and he points in the direction of the monkey.
I see.
Insane.
I mean, it worked.
Of course it
However,
worked.
You left one man now without a gun. I guess he still has his longsword. But the
You've
debt
seen how he
slave could
performed in the
easily
boarding
slip
action.
away.
I doubt he uses it.
Wow.
Okay. We're gonna have to talk about this later.
And Horka will sort of kick the debt slave in the side and say, "This little bastard tried to run away when it was just me. Would have been nice to have the musket in that moment."
Yeah, well, you managed to keep him without killing him, so good job.
He grumbles. And you guys
We
are once
found-
again reunited.
We found the tracks leading off into the forest, but we lost the main group and came across one that had bled out. No sign of them.
Andre sort of leans against the musket, which he still has not returned, and he says, "So, what are we thinking?"
I think we just have to look around the shoreline for any traces. I mean, perhaps they've got something that looks weird, maybe a mark on the ground or a weird looking tree or something notable that a landmark they could have put something under, but
Could I give an
it's a
alternate
bit of a
proposal,
stretch.
Sergeant?
Okay.
Well, personally, I don't think there is any hideout. I mean, no offense to Loy, but you and Ite sort of, conjured that up out of the blue. We have no indication there is actually a hideout around here. So how about instead we go hunting? This is a wonderful jungle, wonderful game all about. And then, then later today, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, we come back to the inlet, meet up with the captain, tell him we spent a hard day searching the jungle, but show him some wonderful creatures that we killed.
We're not doing that.
He looks at Georg.
Well, we're not in
Well,
port.
you're the first mate.
Well, we're not in port. The captain's orders. We have to follow them. He told us to search for this.
Mr. Wallace?
I second Vezio's statement. We're not in port.
It's important for a captain to have insubordinate people underneath them.
I don't know about that one, but you're free to think how you wish.
All right, well, let's go poke the sand for the rest of the day.
Alright.
So you guys exit the woods?
Yep.
All right, you head out to the beach to go poke some sand. And with that, we will return back to the Defiance, and specifically, our two ocean-going spelunkers, Rudel and Snort. I think we talked a bit about it before we cut away from you two, but what is our plan regarding deep sea spelunking?
So I think, what is it?
I'm gonna get in the barrel.
Yeah. First of all, wait, Snort, are you full on hit points?
I'm feeling great, boss.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on myself twice.
Feeling awesome.
I believe the amount of damage you took from the sea worm would instantly kill Snort.
Okay, well, I can't, what is it? I can't increase his health pool.
Correct.
Don't even worry about me, boss. Snort's never died before.
It's a 50-50 chance. He either dies or he doesn't.
Everything's a 50-50.
And I like flipping coin.
Hold on, I need a calculator.
What?
Haha.
Calculator.
Yeah,
Blake's like, what is one now?
yeah, I've never been the best at math.
1 plus math.
So, I mean, oh, wait, I do. I can stick him. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Xander. Thank you. So I could put a rolling 4. Oh.
You can stick him?
Yeah, I could give him a little protector cannon.
What is that?
The cannon emits a burst of positive energy that grants itself and each creature of your choice within 10 feet of it a number of temporary hit points equal to 1d8 plus my intelligence modifier.
Okay, can you put that in chat?
Sorry for shit posting. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So you get to do this once per long rest. Do you want to do this?
That's a big canyon.
So what the fuck is this?
We'll get to it. Do you want to do this 100%?
Well, Ben, you're part of this decision.
Yeah, so it just gives me more hit points.
Temporary hit points, yeah.
Or I can
And you
make
get
it
to do
a
it per
ballista,
long rest?
or I can make
Once
it a
per long
flamethrower.
rest, yeah. Also, I would not do either of those things because those will not function underwater.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take hit points. I don't really
Okay.
understand the cost of this, but yeah, Snort goes. I'll take it. Yeah.
All right,
Thanks,
well
boss.
then, as the Defiance is navigating through the waters over in the direction of the Dragduthiel, the crew starts to sort of gather around because Riddle's about to do something he hasn't done since the previous voyage. He gets up near the forecastle, he begins to take different screws and parts, and this is a mixture of tinker's tools and wood carver's tools, a bit of Shibon's, a bit of Riddle's specialties, and he amalgams it together into the strangest thing you've
What, a
seen in
bit
your
of snorting?
entire life.
Not help.
It has tons of needles along its length, and Rudo gestures at a position where you have to sort of socket yourself into the machine, and then it will stab you like 50 times. And he assures you this will make you much stronger.
By Garrosh, what the hell is that?
It'll increase your strength. It'll make it so you won't die instantly to whatever bit the shit out of me.
This looks like what my old warlord used to put traitors in.
Mm.
You sure it's good?
Yes. Adrian can vouch. I guess he's the only one who's ever seen this before.
It's fine, and I'll just run in full speed.
Yeah, you charge into the machine and socket yourself down, and needle stab into your shoulder, boom, into your arm, into your other arm, and then you feel something begin to push into you, and you gain 1d8 plus whatever Riddle's intelligence mod is.
All right.
So you get 6
roll it.
temporary hit points.
All right. You
Okay,
feel
great.
as you step up off the machine, you can see the veins bulging in your arm. You feel powerful, Snort. Other crew members back away. Your power
Yeah, I'm
terrifies
like a little
them.
bit rabid. Yeah.
One man just sort of like holds the
All right, let me
crate,
in the barrel.
so
Let me
yeah,
in the
he
barrel.
lowers the barrel so you can get in.
Let me in. And I normally sometimes I need a bit of a boost. I like confidently step into it this time.
Yeah, you just slide inside, socketed in the barrel.
I am Snort empowered.
One of the carpenters looks over at the captain, Alexander Beach, and says, "All right, Captain, the barrel's ready. I think Master Stronheim's ready to go. Is there anything else?"
Hold on. I need to stuff it in with him if it's gonna work.
All right.
Alright.
And
Make room.
the cannon's going in there with him, or you're going in there with him?
The cannon.
Okay, all right. You place this, medieval torture device looking thing on Snort's head.
Ah, shit.
Just don't move too much.
Alex, can I still get out from under it? Is this feasible, or is this a bad idea?
Yeah, you'll be able to squeeze through the side of it.
Okay.
It's a
All right,
small-sized
don't worry.
object, so it's like you.
And it doesn't take up too much of the air that I'm bringing. I guess the air doesn't really fill the barrel. I fill an area around it.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, then I'm good.
Then you guys are all pushed to the edge of the ship. Rudel, you prepare yourself. You derobe because you don't want to ruin your shit. You leave a lot of stuff on the deck, fold it up nicely, and the carpenter looks towards the captain, ready to push Snort off into the ocean.
Commit him to the deep.
Come in.
Good luck, little halfling.
Thank you.
And he pushes you off the edge. The barrel plops into the water, and you begin to descend.
And I will cast invisibility on myself, and I will. I'm gonna hold on to
Yeah.
the rope, so I'm pretty close to the thing.
Yeah, it's an
And
anchor.
Alex,
Yeah, I don't want to turn on
I
my
will be
light
casting
just yet.
shape water.
Yes.
So I can breathe.
Yeah. And it's a fascinating visual because the barrel hits the ground, displaces a bunch of water, and then water is displaced, but there's no creature causing it. You get to see this full water reaction, but there's nothing impacting it. It's super odd to see an invisible person diving into water, and then
Yeah.
the water begins to change and the chain begins to lower. And from your perspective, Svensson, they all but disappear as they go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into the water. And the sharks that were here yesterday are still here. In fact, there are more because the 2 other shipwrecks those have largely been cleared out. So there is just an entire column going from about 5 feet under the water all the way to about 50 feet under the water of sharks eating the viscera. Now, most of these bodies are long since, stripped of flesh, but the little fish are still trying to get it at some of these bodies that have floated, 50, 100 feet away from the wreck. And so the sharks are there for those little fish. But you go underneath the sharks. The barrel continues to fall. And Snort, you start to see something you haven't seen since you left the Badlands. It gets so dark down here, your second eyelid sort of slides backwards and your dark vision goes. So you can only see in black and whites now with your infravision. And as the barrel touches on the bottom of the ocean here, you feel almost like you're in one of the goblin caves. You just see black and white hues all around you.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good.
And while you can't see Rudel, you do see the chain sort of like moving a little bit where he's holding on to it.
All right. I'm gonna walk closer so that he enters my air bubble.
Yeah, you pull yourself up the chain a little bit, and you see the air bubble deform as really intensely, and then it sort of pops kind of, but expands to include Rudel.
Yeah. All right, I'm not going to keep you in here for long because I don't want you breathing up all my air. But I'll follow you. I think I'll be able to make out where you are as long as I stay close.
You could see. I think you got that backwards. I'm gonna follow you. If
I'll lead the way. Sure.
If I need anything, I'll be sure to be fast and enter your bubble without taking too much oxygen.
I think you mean air, boss. All right, let's go.
He did get you there. He did
get me. He did get me there.
Correct.
All right. So as a reminder, the Dragduthiel is split in half, completely. We'll quickly make sure All right. Yeah. So the Dragduthiel is split in half. Previously, you searched the rear half, which contains the captain's cabin, and it was during your journey between the two halves that you were bit. This does provide a bit of a problem for Snort, which is that you were able to swim between the halves, but it's actually quite rocky near where the ship hit. So Snort's going to have to do some athletic climbing to actually get towards the half of the ship where you suspect the treasure to be.
I will note
Can
that...
I not just go around the long way?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Go to the part where the ship is dug into the silt and climb up it that way?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that could work. It's still a 25-degree incline, but...
instead of do this jump, just... I mean, I did that last time, I thought.
Yeah, you can scramble up a slope like that. It still takes a bit of energy.
I'm a little scrambler.
You are a little scrambler.
Scrambler.
So the two of you...
I will note, I didn't search the back of the ship well because I was bit.
You were.
So, yeah. So, there's still a
I think that's where we're
possibility.
going, right?
No, you guys are going to the
back.
front half of the ship, because the back half of the ship is where the captain's cabin was.
Yeah.
So as
My
Snort
mistake.
begins to walk across the floor of this area, Rudel, you're having some major vision problems. It is really fucking dark down here. Your eyes adjust a little bit, so you're able to see vague outlines of shapes. That's what you did last time. But Snort seems way more comfortable down here, and his eyes look really different than usual. His pupils are fucking huge. His entire eyes are just black voids, and he seems to be looking around like he can see easily. He's stepping over little pebbles and stuff.
I'm bugging, bro. I'm bugging.
So do you have a way to make it easier to see down here? Last time he cast light, but that may have been the thing which attracted the creature.
Yeah, that's what I was suspecting, which is why I didn't cast.
Yeah, so you can't see for
immediately.
shit down here.
Can I at least see Snort?
You can absolutely see Snort. Also, there's an air bubble run, which makes it very easy to see just based on a visual change sort of thing, because there's no water refraction where he is, because he's through in a little air bubble.
Correct
Okay,
physics
so-
term there. That was based.
Mm-hmm.
So for now, I'm just gonna follow him very closely until we get to inside the thing.
Okay. All right, then Snort, you're walking here.
All right. As I'm walking and starting to climb, I'm singing a little song to myself, snorting around on the ocean floor. It's pretty good.
Yeah, you should tell that story to
I
Democritus.
was writing a verse before I had to get in.
Yeah, Democritus
Yeah.
can make you famous.
Democritus will make me famous, but I'm worried it's going to be about for pooping on the deck.
So
100% true.
you begin to scramble up the about 25-degree incline here, and you pull yourself up to what is a stairwell leading downwards, but now is like a sort of sheer thing. So you flip inward, you grab this lip, you drop yourself down, you slide about 4 feet to now resting. You're inside their cargo hold, but you're now like resting against what would previously have been like a side wall, but is now the floor. And you're just sort of sitting here. There's tons of crates and barrels and chests and hammocks that are all strung up. Only the hammocks are still in their original position, though. All the crates and barrels and stuff have sort of coagulated on this end of the ship because gravity made them slide downward.
Oh, all right. Well, as much as I'd love to look inside of each and every one of these barrels, as we've established I do,
Yeah.
I think I'll probably go past them because I don't think that that's what makes sense.
Yeah, so it's hard to tell like how many are here because it's like this just big jumble of supplies that takes up like this entire section of the ship. Like they're packed together because they've just been they all slid down in that direction.
All right, well then I'll just start to climb past them.
Okay, sure. And what are you looking for?
So I'm in the like one of the lower decks, right?
You are. There's only there's the upper deck and the lower deck. There is no in between.
Okay, so I'm in the lower deck.
Correct.
Okay. What am I looking for? That's an excellent question. I don't know.
I have an idea.
Well, then you should poke your head in his air bubble and surprise Snort.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's not really an idea Snort can help me with.
Just do it. Yeah.
I'm just gonna expend a charge of my Gem of Seeing.
Okay, put it in chat.
It just says I get True Sight, which doesn't expand on what True Sight does.
So True Sight does a bunch of things. It gives you essentially the equivalent of dark vision, but it also allows you to see through illusions. The illusion thing doesn't matter too much here, but the dark sight definitely will help you. So you've actually better dark sight than Snort, I believe, because it's out to 120 feet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so instantly you take out this gem. For a brief moment, Snort, you see a flash of light, and then that fades. And Rudel, you're able to see the entirety of this lower hold, and you can determine that the only, other than this giant like glut of crates and barrels and the chests all sort of like slammed together in the bottom part of the ship, the rest of this lower hold only contains hammocks.
Okay. I mean, really, that's like what I was aiming for in the first place, was looking for where the captain would have slept.
Sure.
So
wasn't that on the other side? I thought we already knew that.
No, that was, what is it? I determined from the other side that he wasn't sleeping on that side.
Okay. So then we should make our way to the top deck, right?
No, we should probably start our search here, which would mean looking for air bubbles, looking for tar between cracks, maybe like a just discernible place where the captain would be sleeping separate from the rest, because he'd probably hide secrets closer to his bed. So like any like refractions, bubbles coming out of the wood. You could also, what is it? I mean, what spells do you have? Those might also be able to do something if you're creative.
Well, I am creative. Thank you very much.
I didn't. I'm sorry. I didn't
No, he was throwing shade and he hates you.
I'm getting most of your fine.
Oh, okay, my bad.
So I've got shape water, which I'm already spamming. So I don't really know if I can use spells without like choking.
I believe your shape water is a cast every 6 seconds, right? Or is it minute?
Oh no! It can last in. Well, let me put it in chat. It has some effects that last an hour. I don't know if this is one of them.
Oh yeah. You cause it to form into simple shapes and animate at your direction, for 1 hour. Yeah.
Okay, so then I can use things in between.
Yeah.
As long as I don't need to be like moving it while I do something else.
Correct.
Okay, then in that case, my other spells are useless. Gust of Wind I don't think is all that good. Like Fog Cloud I don't think actually does much here.
You can be Moses for like 1 minute.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You want me? What, part the waters? I'm already doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You could just gust of wind, like fucking blast the water out of this part of the ship. I don't know why you would, but you could.
You could try
I'm
and like
gonna
aim it
pass.
between floorboards to see if it fills a secret
No,
thing.
I'm like not gonna
starts.
use a second level spell slot on that.
Okay.
But there's just no point.
Okay. So I guess I'll start with the basics. I'll start looking for tar between.
Yeah, let's get an
the-
investigation check for Brutal. And then, Ben, what are you looking for? Or, sorry, Snort.
What am I looking for?
Mm-hmm.
So where did I find interesting stuff in the last one?
Captain's cabin.
It was just like a box, right?
In the captain's
No,
cabin.
before I got to the captain's cabin, I thought that the chest with the
That was in the
the
captain's
armor
cabin.
or something. There was
The
a chest that
job-
wasn't in the.
The job
All right.
Brutal would have directly have given you.
Actually,
is...
no, you're right. You are correct,
Yeah.
Ben. The
Yeah.
only the armor. Everything else in the captain's cabin. The armor was in the lower hold, which is the equivalent of where you are now.
Yeah. So I don't know. Last time I lucked out on just finding cool shit in the lower hold. I'm gonna try that again.
So you're just gonna start opening the chests and crates and boxes that are all sort of piled up in the corner.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be snorting around.
Okay. All right,
Is that
Brutal.
investigation.
No, you're just opening boxes, so I'll just tell you what you
Okay.
find. Okay, Brutal, you start. Oh, I almost said snorting around. You start searching around the section of the hold for hidden compartments, and I think that you are probably. I wouldn't say uniquely qualified, but definitely very qualified to find these sorts of things. And you feel like you do a very thorough search. You're looking for all the things you listed. I'm not going to repeat them again. That was a very good list. And you find no such things. But I think you do, probably, a minute into this search, hear a noise from Snort. And we're going to cut back to Snort because as you're searching, you waddle over to a chest, which you attempt to open up. And it seems a bit like the hinges and everything, it's very water soaked, so everything expanded. You could probably force it open, but there's other things to search. So you open a couple crates, and eventually you're like, okay, I do want to open this chest. So you go back over the chest, and you really, use some arm work there. You open up the chest, and
I give it the
inside,
business.
yeah, it's basically filled to the lip with gold and various other currencies. And I think that's where you go, yeah.
I'll run. I guess I'll swim over. Can I discern how much currency that is?
Yeah, your eyes start to, look through it. You pop into the air bubble, and Snort, you can tell that your air bubble expands as, Rudel sort of moves alongside you. And you start to,
Boss,
move
we
your
got
hands
it.
through it.
Jackpot.
I'll give him. I guess he can't see a thumbs up, so I'll say very good start. Very.
I'm
good
gonna
work.
put up my hand for a high five and just hope that you give it.
Yeah, I'll give him a high five. He earned it.
Inside, you find
Invisible high five, let's go.
5 things. You find there's a top layer of various currencies. The gold was at the very top layer, so you kind of got, there is a lot of gold in here, at least 50 plus, probably more, but it was only on the top layer. Under that's electrum, under that's a little bit of silver, then a bunch of copper, and then underneath all that is 2 different flags. Then there is a large book that looks like a ledger, and then there is a.
Is it waterlogged? Is it bad that it's?
No, because the exterior of this chest got very wet, and a little bit of water started getting inside, but the chest is currently within your air bubble.
Oh, genius. Okay.
And then lastly, there is a chain shirt that's made out of some sort of metal with a bluish, whitish tint to it, tint to the metal.
Do I know if it's mithril?
You have seen mithril in your life, and I think that it looks similar to that, though it's very polished if it is mithril. It honestly looks more like silver than mithril. Is it snort sized? It is not snort sized, unfortunately.
Okay. Can I put it on and have it be oversized?
It's very cute, and yes, you can do that.
Yeah. Good. Cute. Okay. Slay.
Snort, can you hold on to the book? Because I really want to read this later.
Yeah. I figured that you go get my barrel, swim it out. Wow. How do we think? If you just stay in the bubble, we can just get this back to the chest. But let's get this back, and then we can come down and do another drop. But let's get this in the barrel and hoist it up, and then I can get new arrow and grab.
Right.
Yeah, you could probably
Alright,
just
so
close
let's
this
just get it back
chest
then.
and drag the whole thing over to the barrel.
Yeah.
Yeah, the barrel.
And it'll be both closed, but also in the bubble the whole time, so it should be good on both counts.
Yep. You and Rudel working together can do this. It's 90% Rudel, 10% Snort. And the two of you can get this chest over there. It's pretty heavy. All told, the chest weighs about 55 pounds, so it's no joke. Individually, you probably couldn't have actually done this because I think Rudo would be like
Yeah,
giga
and I
encumbered.
actually can't carry much of it at all because I'm wearing this shirt.
Oh yeah, because you're
weighs-
wearing 5 pounds worth of metal on you. Yeah.
I just needed
Yeah.
you to lift like 10 pounds more, and it was just perfect.
Yeah, the two of you guys drag it to the barrel, and you toss heave the chest up inside, and as the chest impacts against the bottom of the barrel, the people on deck, they take that as like you've pulled the line basically, because from their perspective, the thing just like got tugged on basically. So you see the barrel start to get winched upward.
I like try and jump in as quick as I can.
Yeah, you scramble up the side. Your nails dig deep into the wood at one point. This is Snort just fighting for his life, and you
If it starts to really get away from me, I can spellcast to get in there, but I'd rather not.
Yeah, you tumble into the barrel, and it is so full. It's a fucking whole ass chest. This little Eldritch cannon, you squeezed inside there on top of this, all this loot.
Yo, Snort about to get the Big Ben.
And the winch continues to yank upward until it starts to slow down. And Rudel, what about you? You just follow the barrel up?
Yeah, like slowly, because I don't want to replicate what happened last time.
Yeah, the men on deck cannot lift this barrel quick enough to cause that to happen. So as long as you follow the barrel, you'll be fine. And once you're about 20 feet off the ground, so you're still 55 feet deep in the water. And Rudel, what's your passive perception?
Oh no!
14.
Okay. Roll me a perception check then.
No,
Here come the sharks. Here come the sharks.
Oh, this is too deep for sharks.
This is a serpent time.
All right, so with a 14, because you have passive perception, you see it coming only by a little bit. These things are meant to hunt in these deep depths. They are very dark. They have basically camouflage to make them blend in with the dark water around here. And all you're able to see is just this flash of motion from not underneath you, which is where you're expecting, like horizontally to you. And you just see this serpentine shape begin to emerge. Make a dexterity saving throw with advantage. 19. All right. The creature lunges for your neck. It seems to, like last time, it was just testing, see, what happens when it bites you. This time, it is going to kill you. It's trying to, anyways. And as it, goes through the water, it's going like 40 miles an hour, basically. And you manage to.
How does it know where I am?
It sees you in its way. You are invisible.
Ooh.
It sees you in its way. And as it rockets towards your head, towards your throat, it misses as you duck your head to the side. And that same speed, which rapidly took it towards you from the depths of the darkness, take it right past you back into the darkness. And do you tug on the rope to make it go faster? Snort doesn't even know anything happened.
Yeah, I'm in here going like, Snort got the money, Snort got the cash.
We need like a Snort album, like Christmas album. That would be awesome. All your classic singles with Snort got the money, Snort got the money, Snort got the cash, Snort got the dollars, Snort got the bills.
So
that would be awesome. I guesstimating, like how long would it take us to like get to not like darkness levels?
You're actually pretty close to getting back into what would be considered like lower, like upper water area, which is where the sharks are. You haven't seen that creature ever go this high. So you probably, you don't know how long it takes it to circle around, but there's probably another 30 seconds before you get up into like the light area where the sharks are.
That's a long time.
Okay.
Just like counting that out is like, that's terrifying.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like swim a little bit faster, Like,
okay.
Like
so you're
not
just swimming
following
up the chain,
thing.
yeah. Yeah, you start to swim a bit faster, and you're now into the light area, but you're looking down, and you see this serpent moves horrifically fast. An adult one of these fought the Defiance, and it did retreat, it did lose, but it did a lot of damage. And this baby one is starting to circle around this crate incredibly rapidly. Every 6 seconds, it's moving 240 feet as it just zoom, the speed rotates around this barrel. But for whatever reason, whatever its ability of sight relies on, it can't seem to realize this barrel is a thing to kill. It knows that it's intruding, but doesn't know what to do. So much like a shark, it rotates around this barrel until eventually the barrel rises up into the light area, and the serpent, within the blink of an eye, disappears off into the darkness.
Yeah, and I'm in there going like,
horrific.
Snort got a new shirt. Snort did the dash.
Ben, when are you dropping the Snort Christmas album?
Dude, I might have time this week. Alex, if I record a song, can it go on the YouTube channel?
Maybe.
Let's go.
And so, Captain Svensson, you've just been staring downward after you were told that they were being risen up, and first you see the water like parts open, but there's nobody there. And then, like, a couple seconds later, the barrel, bobs to the surface of the water. And then the men continue the process, and you see Snort wearing what is clearly an adult man-sized chain shirt of some sort of whitish metal. There's a turret, and then at the bottom, there's a waterlogged chest at the bottom of the barrel.
I'm gonna look under my overshirt into my mithril chain shirt. Does it look anything like that?
It's, again, a lot more polished than normal mithril. It almost looks like silver.
We got big money, guys. Snort got the money.
One of the
Job, Snort.
I've got money. I've got books. I've got shirts. I got it all.
one of the oarsmen who's been winching this up the whole time says, "Where's the other one? Did the bosun die down there?"
No,
Right
he's
here.
coming. He's coming.
I'll
I
point
was
him
like
back to
right next to him. I'll undo my
the
invisibility.
weird empty space. in the
Yeah,
water.
he jumps, when you undo your invisibility on the deck of the ship, a couple people jump back, and, one of the Marines that's on the deck just instinctually starts to pull out his longsword, and then everyone just sort of calms down, and he puts his longsword back away, and Snort is finally winched the rest of the way up onto the deck, and the barrel is tilted over, and
got the
Snort tumbles
money.
out.
Captain, if I may.
Yes, of course.
Some of this stuff, I have plenty of items for myself, though they do intrigue me, and I think my expertise on such items can guarantee some safety in case they're tampered with in some way. So, before we add them to the, the hold, or whoever you want to divvy them out with, I'd like to ask that I have some time to study them a bit before then.
What specifically do you want to study?
Well, there's a book that we didn't open, so
Is it a
The book
Guys,
First off-
Is it a
boss,
spell
we haven't
book or
even
like
shown him the chest yet. We get right out the ocean and you're already talking business. Who gets what? Let's show him what we got.
Yeah, you drag the
yes,
chest, a couple men help you, and the men leave you to do the honors, Snort, of opening up the chest.
It's really hard again. I make a big show of it. I go, gentlemen of the Defiance, I present to you my treasures. And then I go, hey, and it doesn't open. I go, and it doesn't open, and on the third or fourth try, and it kind of flings a bit, and I can get under it and push it up.
And immediately, it looks like this chest is filled with gold because there's that top layer of gold. So I think your first instinct, Captain Svensson, is you're looking at least 50 to 40 pounds of gold.
Astounding, Snort. Excellent.
Yeah, it's got gold. It's got electrum. It's got all the stuff worse than gold. It's got this shirt that I'm already wearing, and it's got a book.
It's not gold all the way down.
You reach your hand and move it to the side,
got
and
a book.
it's like a 2-coin thick layer of gold.
Alright, that is better than nothing, I suppose.
You always put your best coins on top so they think you're rich.
Yes, I suppose.
That's how you impress the other goblins.
Of course.
Couple people look confused.
That was a genuine fuck up from me.
Yes.
One of them, I think one of the Marines that's here,
nature.
who is he's already running his hand through the chest, he'll glance over and say, "Is that one of your halfling expressions?"
Yeah, living in
Must be.
the north. There's a lot of
You're a strange
guys.
people. The luck of your feet is wasted on you.
Truly.
me in particular, or our people.
He shrugs.
Alright. Well,
What about this Rudo? Is the book magical?
You
I
push
have
your
no
way to
clue.
the bottom of the
Is it
chest
a-
and
is it a
withdraw the
spell
book. And, you guys can together, while you're here, both flip it open, and you find a fleet ledger.
Oh,
No.
it's a ledger.
I still like to read it.
That's like saying you want to read, like, I'm not saying you can't read it, like you can read it, but this is just like accounting numbers. This isn't a thing that's like you sit down
This
and
is
do
Oh,
this is
it.
huge
like
because
to
it's the whole fleet. We can figure out if there's other gold on other ships.
The Excel sheet.
Yeah,
Well, I
it's
mean,
like,
it could detail like more exact numbers on.
luckily,
like,
we can narrow this down because it's just 4
Yes.
pages. There's only 4 pages that have stuff on it. It includes basically, just like how the Defiance is a ship contract, the first page of this includes, the interior cover includes the ship contracts with the signatures of all members of the Duthiel Squadron. The first page includes the manifest and crew names of everyone on the Drag Duthiel. Second page is the Dwedithiel. Third page is the Fensineer. Fourth page is the Cade Vonthiel. And fifth page is the Terbanathiel.
Okay, so it's literally just the boat like contract.
Wait,
No, it also
Terbanathiel?
Correct.
That's not one of these ships, is it?
Correct.
Oh, that's odd.
It's not just the ship contract, it's all the cargo manifests of the vessels and the names of all the crew members
Okay.
of those
So
vessels.
are there 5 ships total? Or
There
4
are
ships
5.
total in the manifest.
There are 5
Uh-oh.
in the manifest.
There are 5.
There's another one we missed.
Good
Interesting.
job, Jackson. I would not have caught that, and that could be bad.
All right. How much gold do we have? How much
Gold or total
value-
currency?
Total currency.
All right.
Yes.
Jackson, record these as I go. We have 112 gold,
All right.
225 electrum,
All right.
Ooh, that's pretty.
750 silver,
All right.
8,040 copper.
Damn, that's a whole 8 gold right there, dude.
All right.
There you go. Also, there's 2 flags in here. It contains a Hathon war flag.
All right. Let's
Hilarious.
go see if we have those.
I don't believe you do.
We don't have that one. All right, I'll keep that one.
And it has a Al-Saranian, specifically the Emirate of Al-Sahar war flag.
I have a feeling that is going to be almost worthless.
Well, if we go there to buy
Pretty soon.
slaves, that'd be actually pretty awesome.
That's not why it's worthless.
Yeah, the issue is that it's not
Depends how
going
much
to be
cooked.
the emirate of that place for very much longer, if it even still is at the moment.
Oh,
I have a feeling that it's just going to be the Kingdom of Al Sarah here.
Empire, excuse me.
Yeah. Sun Empire.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Empire
so
is
let's
the
talk about this ledger/manifest. Again, this is an Excel spreadsheet. It doesn't take any time to parse. It's meant to be readable. So I'm not gonna go with the names of the crew. That's way too granular. But I am gonna talk about the manifest. So I'm just gonna peepo talk for a little bit. So the Drag Duthiel actually, I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna do a snipping tool screenshot from each of these cargo manifests that I maintained in my own document, because that's just gonna save me a lot of talking, and it's readable for you guys because it's in the same format as the Defiance's inventory.
And does green mean that
Yeah.
we've knowingly claimed it?
Green is what's going to be easily destroyed by water.
Oh.
Ah.
The blank spots are things you've already taken.
Claim?
The blank spots are what you've already taken. Actually, no, that's not true.
Oh.
Blank spots are only gold that you've taken. Unfortunately, because I didn't
What's
mark
this?
all of them down.
What's this first one?
The first one, oh yeah, we'll go in order 1 sec. I'll drop the names in the
Okay.
chat as well.
Why
So this is Drag
Okay, but there's
Duthiel,
112 gold that we're missing.
Dwedithiel,
Yes, there's a bunch of gold on
Fensineer,
that first
Cade
ship.
Vonthiel. Oh, sorry, the first ship, the Drag Duthiel, you just got all that stuff. I hadn't removed it yet. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, okay.
We
alright, cool.
confirm that's a potion of fire breath too.
You do, yeah. That's actually a very good point.
Oh, that's actually
That's
Pog.
very good.
And
Jackson, you're smart.
And for the
Real.
final ship, the Torlanathiel,
you
happened?
or
Smart.
Lanathiel, there we go.
Hey,
For
what
the-
Yeah,
the
don't
fuck?
give credit to Jackson. He's a
Yeah,
role
no,
playing.
no, yeah, Jackson,
The
That was very
Torlanathiel
well
manifest does not contain any items, nor does the ledger only gives the name of the ship's captain. Master Sirion does not detail anything else about the vessel.
Okay.
Not the ship type.
Sirion, the name of one of the warlords or something.
No.
Okay, I'm cooking
All
that
right,
up in
boys.
my head.
Well,
If
in
I,
about 5 years it
can I
will be,
do
but
a
at the
history
moment
check?
it is not.
Okay. If I am reading this correctly, we have gotten all of the gold from all of the ships.
It would read that way, yeah.
Okay, well that's good. So there were some of them that just didn't have gold then.
One
I see.
did not have gold.
Alright,
And we've gotten gold from all the others.
Correct.
Okay.
And
I guess that makes sense.
has the shore party returned yet, or is this the same?
Yeah, I mean, so you're on the deck of the Defiance. You look out towards the shore, and you see these like 12 little silhouettes walking along the beach. It looks like they have like sticks or spears or something, and they're just stabbing the sand.
All right. Well, oh my god, that's fuck.
Sad.
That's unironically how we search for land.
I know.
That's funny. Anyway. Yeah, if they're doing that, I think this is about. Unless anyone thinks we should like spend time trying to get like the anchor and ropes and extra barrels. And
Yeah, I'll be honest. There's some things I forgot to remove. I do want to note some unique things about these ledgers just before I forget. So, the Kate Von Thiel, I think you took like those ballistas are gone. For instance, I'll be honest. I kind of forgot to mark the armory stuff because I just forgot. But the Jueta Thiel. There's something noted in this ledger. Jesus. There's something noted in the ledger of the Jueta Thiel labeled Captain's Leathers, and you acquired some leather armor from that ship that seems to be magical.
Huh. Okay, alright, so that's probably most likely that then.
Yeah.
What else? Do we have anything similar to that on any of the other ones?
Speaking of which, have we given those leathers to anyone, or are they just in the ship?
No, I think they're going to go into the ship's coffers.
Jackson. Oh, I did add it. Never mind. I'm dumb. I'm silly.
Magical items are, unless they're weirdly specific to a character.
I don't think we ever put the potion in the ship.
No, that is on someone's sheet. I think it's Blake's, or someone has it on their sheet.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I guess I will be reminded of that thing's existence.
You never knew it existed.
Well, it's now he does because it's on the on the manifest.
Potion of fire.
What thing?
The potion of fire breath on the
Oh,
fence.
what does it say about the armor?
Which armor?
The
Captain's
It's
leathers.
just labeled, Captain's leathers.
It's just labeled Captain's leathers. That's all. But notably, the captain of that ship nor the captain of the fleet was wearing it.
Yeah. And then what does it say about the stuff I'm wearing?
It said. Oh, that's a very good point. That is not listed on the manifest.
What?
All right. Yeah. Before I have a couple of things I need to do here now. Snort, if you don't mind taking the shirt off, putting it or giving it to the bosun's mate. Not the bosun's mate.
I'm the bosun's mate.
Fuck. Giving it to Unios. So
Guess I'll keep it. Okay, fine.
No, you can't wear it. It doesn't fit you.
I think it fits great, and I say that as it's like drooping on the ground.
It's
and
beautiful.
like,
It's like a girlfriend stealing, an oversized sweater. It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Lights around the chest.
Ugh,
Surely.
don't remind
All
me,
right.
Alex.
Blake is like, girlfriends.
Oh, dude, he wants the boys.
Yeah. I've been obsessed with cock for a while now.
Yo!
Alrighty. Anyways.
Yeah, how you doing, YouTube?
No.
And then that's Ansoneer. All right.
Drop a comment if you like Blake.
No. Anyways,
Comment in the
please,
comment section.
Ethan, I beg you to keep talking.
Yes. Who went down to the Ansoneer?
Hey?
Who went? No, so I'm asking Alex.
The person that went down to the Fancier was Rudel.
Rudel.
Hmm?
Did you recover a potion from the Fancier?
No, I believe the only thing I found was that stuff under the table, like the table legs, so I don't... There definitely
man.
wasn't a potion that could hide in there.
Hey man, you know I gotta do it. Alright, I kinda have to. I basically don't trust you already, so...
I mean, like,
I'm
I
gonna...
haven't done it. Alright, I will remind you again.
Okay, yeah.
Every insight check...
I don't really trust you in general, right?
Right? He has evidence saying you should have found something.
Yes, I'm saying there is a thing there, right?
Yeah.
You may or may not have found it. I kind of don't trust you in general because of your general past. I'm just going to roll this, right? And I will completely stick to the results of it 100%. But I'm
Okay.
going to roll it anyway. Alright.
Blake, roll a deception check.
Yes,
Okay.
that would be the...
Because this is just straight up lying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, you are unironically lying.
And he's based. He's based for
It's
it.
like, why to the captain? Why don't you trust me?
I'm giving this Flash of Genius.
I
based?
haven't done anything, guys.
Oh, okay, yeah, you pass it.
Alright.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
with
a
a flash of
genius
genius, that's
liar.
like a 19. Yeah.
Okay, must still be down there then.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what I?
Oh, yeah, good point.
I
Yeah,
said
you
I-
should someone to get that.
If
Yeah,
I can-
100%. Yeah.
If I can, all right, yeah.
I'll
must
go-
still be
I can
down
go
there.
find it, Captain.
No,
I
go,
found all this
go,
stuff.
go get crab. We'll see if it's worth it. Yeah, can someone get crab, please?
Yeah, one of the
Yeah,
crewmen
someone go
will.
get crab, and I just kind of send someone to do it.
Yeah, one of the crewmen will go to get crab, and he steps out onto the deck, and it's like, you know, he sort of squints, and he looks up at the sky, and he puts on something that it's so out of character that you actually do a double take. He's wearing a parasol hat. You don't know where he got it from, but he has it over his head. It's very floral colored, very pretty,
All right,
and
I
it's
have
keeping
to-
the sun out of his eyes.
I have to look this up really quick. That's not how you spell hat.
That is
Oh
not the
my
word I
God,
thought you were
okay.
gonna fuck up. That's not how you spell hat. But yeah, he's wearing a parasol hat to keep the sun out of his
Okay,
eyes, and he
Alright, I got
he's
it.
wearing some like wooden sandals, and he walks over.
Uh,
Yes.
good morning, crab. Is a potion of fire? How much would you say a potion of fire is worth?
We could get as much as 500 gold for it.
Okay, yep, we're going down for that then. All right,
All right.
Rudel. We have one more item to recover from the. Oh, what is it? The Sidvanthiel. Yeah, we have an item of great value we have to recover. I'll show him on the sheet. This potion of fire breath here. You know what that looks like?
One of the other men will, one of the Marines probably will say, Captain, that's the Fensineer.
Oh, what is it?
It is the Fensineer. It's definitely the Fensineer.
That vent wheel is deep.
This one says the potion of.
Oh, did I put it? No,
Ah,
okay, I put the
I see,
names down
I
wrong.
see.
I must
Okay.
have, right?
All right.
Oh, no, it is the
I'm-
Fensineer.
no, I'm-
Okay,
I'm
okay,
just-
good.
Yeah.
I saw that it was the second from the bottom, and so I looked at the name. Second from
Ah, the
bottom,
classic blunder.
forgetting that the fifth one wasn't actually there. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, we I'm gonna need you to go back into the Fensineer and find the potion of fire breath. It's obscenely valuable.
Ooh. All right. Can you like give me a second?
Is there an issue?
No, it's
Bro needs
just
to get his story straight.
I'm
No.
sorry, dude. I'm not. I
No, no,
don't
no, no,
want
no, that's
to
not
have
the
to
case.
roll it again,
My
but
only-
you're making it hard.
no. My only argument is like Rudel's not too keen about going back in the water after the Leviathan.
Yeah, dude,
So-
too easy. Fucking
Yeah.
just show me the fucking potion then.
Actually, I think as you're doing this, Philo Cord, you know, I don't know if you remember this,
The
he actually
Fensineer is
asked
not
to.
that deep, right?
It's not that deep. Also, Philo Cord asked, he went down there last time, and he actually likes swimming in 10-foot deep water because it's not scary. So as he sees, you know, Rudol sort of waffling, he says, you know, Captain, you know, the last time I swam down to the Fensineer, that was quite pleasant, actually. I wouldn't mind doing it again. Good dip in the water.
I'll get it to you.
Oh, can you swim, little
Good.
goblin? Halfling.
You misspoke.
Well, if they barrel me in, I can walk around down here.
You need to get barreled in, so you can't swim.
Well,
It'd be a
I
good
think the
opportunity to learn.
Fair enough.
Rudel, you've shown you're not particularly keen on sharing your ring, so I think Philo, if you want to go down by all means, but I think Rudel should go down there as well.
All right.
Alex, can I unironically try and learn how to swim doing this? Because 10-foot deep
Absolutely.
water should be pretty simple.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, you would still drown in it, but yeah, this will be a good time to learn. It probably won't be Philo teaching you, probably one of the other top men, but you can definitely get someone to teach you how to swim. And as the Defiance is traversing its way over to the Fensineer, Rudel, you have a bit of time to think.
Yeah.
So they're going to send Philo down with you to search this ship. You know, I know, you're not going to find anything. On every other ship, you were able to find its hidden compartments because you kind of know how this fleet hides their shit now. So, do you want to keep your marbles close to your chest, or do you want to talk it through? What are you gonna do?
That's a good question.
get to the spot first, place it.
If you're willing, yeah, I was gonna say, if you're willing to give up the potion, this is very easy. Yeah, you just go to a part of the ship where Philo isn't. You're like, oh, I found it in this barrel. But if you still want to keep the potion, this gets a lot more complicated.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I no. Well, on one
Why
hand,
did you want the potion?
because it's worth
He
it's
likes
worth
stealing.
a lot.
And he wants
So
to
he's-
steal from the ship because he's disloyal.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
got it. Yeah,
all
that
right,
makes sense.
that's-
Yeah, bro's
that's-
actually just stealing from the crew.
Yeah.
Well, if I just
Because
leave
as
right
I've been
now-
saying, Rudel is like the worst crew member.
No.
Well, if I leave
So-
right now, I could just get 500 gold.
So let me
Sure.
paint you a picture.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We stop into port the next time, right?
Yeah.
And you go off on your shore leave, right? All well and good. You come back to shore leave. Keep in mind, you might get 500 gold for this, right?
Yeah.
One money sack only contains 50 gold.
I don't think he would
So
come
when
back
you-
if he sold it.
Yeah, like why would I come back?
Oh, okay. Yes, sir. All right.
Yeah, he would
then
make more from that than he's ever gonna make from this voyage.
In that case, carry on.
Yeah.
The thing is, I myself don't want to complicate things, but I don't
Oh,
know.
then just
if,
put the potion back.
Rudel, different.
That would be very, very easy.
I'm trying to give you the chance to think it through because you will have a couple minutes while the Defiance goes over, but you don't have the end. Like, I think even Rudel's starting to realize he doesn't have that long to think. Like, the Defiance is going to pull up to the Fancier. He's going to go into the water. It doesn't take that long to search one of these small little like caravels, so he's going to have to make like a pretty quick decision regarding what he's going to do with it.
Snortle makes somewhat of a distraction, splashing around, thinking he's gonna die when he hits the water.
You also do
Yeah.
have Crab, who's proven friendly to you in the past. So you can try to enlist him if you're trying to conceal something. I mean, you don't have that long.
Or
Yeah.
fess up.
Or
Does
fess
I
up.
Crab-
Crab
right
get a Crab get a ship share? Crab
Yeah,
gets paid for
absolutely.
ship share, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I should try and cut Crab in. Give him 250 gold to keep his mouth shut.
No, there
Do
you
the
go.
right thing. Do the right thing.
Steal it for yourself.
I think you should do the right thing.
Someone's
Shut the hell
gotta
up.
be the
What are
voice
you
of the
doing?
devil here. Everyone's being nice and
True. Yes, base Jackson.
Because there is the chance you get caught. at
Be the
some
voice
later
of Clemretha Jackson, whisper in his
Right.
ear.
And I guarantee, if you get caught, you are certainly being thrown off the ship, if not killed.
What was that, Yero?
It worked out. It worked out fine for Kaheen. I'm sure you can get away.
Yeah,
with it.
true. Actually, true.
just wait till we're in
Dude.
port. We're in Galadrim, so it should be
Do
Wow.
not
This
not
is like
compare
the one place. This is like the
freeing
one
30
place.
slaves. Oh my god. Sorry, go ahead.
This is like the one place where like it's not too keen. Cause like anywhere else, Rudel could just jump off and be like, see ya.
Yeah, but Galadrim. Well, you got like a minute left before the Defiance pulls up to the Fancier. Do you want to go talk to Crab in the captain's cabin?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. You head over to the captain's cabin. As you head inside, Crab is sitting on the next to the table, talking to his cat. And his cat is like dancing on the table. And Crab is in the process of saying, "No, that's not quite right. How about we do it a bit more like this?" And when he sees you enter, he holds up his fingers, and the cat just drops to the table, not in a way that like it just goes back to being a normal cat. It just like body like fucking dead on the table.
Like Ragdoll?
Yeah.
Ugh.
I believe it's time to pay my debt in time. Well, I don't
What?
know why I added that. I'll flash the bottle.
All right.
If you help me cover this up, I could split the gold cost with you.
What are you planning on using it for?
Leaving. It's more gold than I could ever imagine getting on this place.
He walks over the window pretty casually. He looks out towards the deck, and he sort of turns his back to the window so his lips can't be read. Are you really that pathetic?
Pathetic.
Are you in this for gold?
Well,
Yes.
not entirely.
You and I, with the creatures that we have spoken to beyond this plane, we have the opportunity to be gods among men. Your patron, you have connections close to that creature, the type of connections I've been searching my entire life. I pray to a god who barely listens to me. You have a demon whispering in your ear. You are practically blessed. And you covet gold?
You're right.
If you want gold, next time we're at port, I'll sell my magic. In a single night, I could get 250 gold.
You're right.
If you're keeping that for our purposes, that's one thing. But never let greed stray your path. We're in this for power. Power that those men on that deck can never understand.
Then I shall use it as such.
All right, if we're going to hide it, I have somewhere I can put it. He extends his hand.
I'll give it to him.
Yeah, it's a really odd thing. He sort of like holds his hand out. He casts a spell, very obviously, and it looks almost like a hand grabs the potion. It completely disappears.
What?
All right, go pretend to search the ship.
Yeah, I'll nod and walk out.
Yeah, you head back out into the deck. You talk with the members of the crew as you get ready to leap over, and remove the potion of fire breath from your sheet.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you can search the Fansneer. I don't want to drag it out too much. Philo Cord will search pretty thoroughly with you. You don't even have to pretend to search. Like, you can actually start prying up boards and shit, like, fully commit, because now you don't have to worry about it, like, someone searching your cabin and finding it while you're gone. And eventually, 10, 15 minutes later, Svensson, you'll be looking down at the water, and Philo Cord and, Rudel will come bobbing up, and Philo will just shrug and shake his head.
Do I learn to swim?
You start to, you're getting to the kicking phase. You need to dedicate at least a couple days more to really.
Fast learner.
Yeah, honestly, the topman that's teaching you, Harpax, will actually nod and say, I mean, you're pretty good for a first timer.
All right. Nice. And then I try and give him a high five while swimming, but I have to keep swimming so it doesn't work well.
Yeah, he high fives you, and it makes this like kind of wet slapping noise. He says, "You're a bit sticky. Do you think you're coming down with something?"
Nah, sorry. Just halflings react with water weird.
All right. And Philo.
Absolutely love that none of them know a goddamn thing about halflings.
You're pretty lucky. They're all from Eastern Valoros.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rudel and Philo will pull themselves up onto the deck, and Philo will say, I mean, Svensson, we searched just about everywhere. We pried apart boards. I mean, I had to bob up for air, 15, 20 times. If it's on there, I don't know where it is.
Wow, Crab said it was worth 400, 500 gold.
We can spend the rest of the day searching this. I mean, the boys on the beach, and he gestures towards them. They're still poking the sand. Seems like they haven't made any progress either. We can keep looking if you like.
Yeah, I'd say spend the rest of the day looking for it. That alone is, what, a quarter? Or like
I understand completely, Captain. I'll get the rest of the topmen.
Right.
We'll start taking shifts.
All right, that'll be good.
And yeah, they'll start doing that. Lunch will be prepared aboard the Defiance, and we're going to cut back to the beach. So, Yarrow and Aaron, the two of you, along with your boys, have spent the better part of, at this point, about 8 hours. The initial search took like 30 minutes. Now you're just poking the beach, just walking along it, poking sand, and it's about 2 o'clock. You guys sat down and had lunch earlier. You got some things from David Cook for the road. And how's your morale feeling? How you guys feeling at around hour 8 of this poking of the sand?
Probably
Shit.
a little tired, bored.
Shit. All right. Yeah, so you guys continue to do this. You've progressed, a bit. And eventually, Andre, he just throws one of his spears into the sand and says, "Is this really worth our time, Sergeant?"
I mean, if we're not doing this, we're sitting back on the ship waiting.
I mean, come on, what'd you do before this? I see your build. You probably were a mercenary or something, right?
You're right.
You and me, we're meant to be killing men. We're meant to, we're like bugbears, We sit and sleep all day until the fighting comes, then we rise up, slaughter some people, drink some booze, go to bed.
I mean, we've done the fighting. Now we're doing the looting. It's just taking a bit more effort.
Fine. You guys continue along the shore. At a certain point, you kind of expected the Defiance just to come back here, but it still seems to be hovering around that wreck of the Fansineer. So you guys continue to poke, and around 3 o'clock, the shovel has changed hands many times throughout this journey, between different oarsmen stabbing the sand. And I would just like a perception check made by Georg and Vezio. Oh my god, Aaron. I mean, we'll see what Vezio gets, but if he doesn't get at least a 20, it doesn't matter. Okay! I'm just going to tell you now, the DC for this was 20, so you two guys are really fucking lucky. Yeah. Oh, man. So at about 4 o'clock, the sun starts to get low, and it casts these very long shadows across this sandy beach. And this part of the beach that you guys have been searching, which I'm just going to quickly draw a line of where you've traveled thus far, has yielded no results. You have just been stabbing sand for the better part of an entire day with no progress. It's very frustrating. But both of you, at the same time, that's fucking crazy, notice along the central island, the one where Crab did that horrible torture to one of the men, you notice a sort of blocky shadow. And as you squint, you notice the very edge of some sort of square-shaped object poking out of the sand around, right there on the central island.
I'm gonna look at Vesby. Do you see
I'm
that?
just like squinting at it. I think I see it.
Elsewhere, you hear Andre grunt as he stabs the sand angrily.
Can we go get some dinghies and go investigate that?
Come on, Andre. I think we're done.
So we're going back to the ship?
Quick detour.
Fine. Whatever. And you guys will walk back the way you came. It doesn't take that long. The 3 people that were waiting there, the 2 oarsmen and the marine, they had full-on just grabbed a crate from the ruin. Cade Von Thiel grabbed a deck of cards that was inside the lower hold of the ship, and they were just gambling with what limited money they have on their person. But as you approach, the marine tips over the crate, and he orders the other 2 oarsmen onto the dinghy. And where are you guys headed with your 2 little dinghies?
The thing we
for
see.
that little thing.
All right.
Poking out of the sand.
Yeah, you row over here. Andre seems to be squinting, and honestly, now as that golden hour passes, where it's like long shadows and it passes into like true dusk, you can't see it anymore. I'm gonna leave the dot there because you were pretty certain where you saw it, but it was only with those long shadows that it was really distinguishable from the surrounding terrain. Because again, it was like sand colored. This square-shaped object. It was only the fact that it was a square that made it incredibly unique against the otherwise natural terrain here. And as you guys climb off your dinghies and you begin to walk over, you realize what you actually saw. Here, covered in a tarp that is covered with sand and also painted a sort of like sand color, this here is a smuggler's trap. Essentially, it's a upraised tarp with sticks posting it up, so it's upraised from the surrounding terrain ever so slightly, like a couple of inches, and then it's covered with sand, and you just peel back the tarp, which you do so, and inside you see 7 crates. Basically just slightly under the surface. Only if you knew where this thing was, it'd be easy to find, but if not, it looks exactly like every other piece of sand here. And within this little smuggler's trap is 7 crates.
Yeah.
It was so a little bit. I think we found
I reckon
something
we
good.
load them up, all of them onto the boats, and row back.
Yeah, Andre hops down and he takes one of his spears, he shoves it into the side of one of the crates, like into the side of one of the lids, and starts to, begin the process of prying one of the crates open.
I mean,
Come on,
yeah.
we can open it on the ship. We'll,
Oh, come on, the anticipation's gonna kill you just as much as me. Don't you want to know what we found?
Okay, pry one open, just to
He
check that it's worth taking.
breaks it the rest of the way off. The all the nails on this side of the crate just are torn out of their place, and inside, this cloud of sort of like brown stuff drifts up from the crate. This crate, at least it seems like it, is filled to the brim with spice.
Let's go!
Let's go.
Go.
I'm sorry, I've been
Hugging!
gone for the past few minutes. What's happened?
We got a crate
We
of
found
spice.
loot.
From where? The
Several
shore?
crates,
Yeah,
one
or
with
one of the boats.
spice.
Okay, the short. All right, cool.
Yeah, that was
And Andre will not
Snort
open the rest
found
of
it.
them because now that this crate opened, he's coughing. He basically just had a fun little cinnamon challenge where he's getting, fucking cinnamon all up in his sinuses and his eyes. And he just crawls out of the smuggler's trap coughing and just mucus like starting to exit from his, his mouth and his nose.
I
How'd
want
you guys find
to
this?
grab this tarp and put it over this crate of spice so it's like blow into the sea. We don't.
Okay, yeah. You wrap the tarp
Awesome.
around the crate of spice, and the oarsmen will, begin the process of lifting up the crates and transferring them. You're gonna have to do it in 2 trips just because of the weight, but who gives a fuck? And we will cut to about 30 minutes later. Captain Svensson, you're getting ready for early dinner. Democritus was in the process of telling you a story that he's prepared for you tonight. Just like sort of, he's not telling you what it is, just that he has prepared one for you. And you see the 2 dinghies that you sent out, 11 hours ago, beginning to row back to the ship. And you see Vezio and Georg standing triumphantly at the front of their 2 dinghies with a bunch of crates in the back, 3 crates per dinghy.
Oh, excellent. All right, hopefully that'll make if we find that and the potion, we may not have to go pirating. Excellent.
Yeah, and about a minute later, the 2 dinghies pull alongside the Defiance. The whole crew of the Defiance is like up on the deck, looking down at the dinghies.
What'd you boys find?
Well, from one of the crates, spice.
And how much is spice worth?
Well,
generally, Alex?
let's talk about
in
that.
the west,
So,
in the western continent.
oh, you have no fucking idea.
The eastern continent. Or
All
where's
right,
it from?
so-
Sorry, is it from the western?
Depends which spice you're talking about.
Okay.
Cinnamon, which is what this is from Al Sarah by and large. It occurs in other places, but
Spices. Oh,
yeah.
I thought you were talking about like the drug spice.
No. So you guys have about 2.3 pounds of spice on your vessel. This is enough to last you about 90 days. This is a variety of things, and essentially, 1 pound of spice, depending on where you sell it, can be worth between 1 to 10 gold.
And how much is in a
So
chest?
a crate of the size that is present on that boat probably holds about 70 pounds.
And we got 7 of the crates.
Hey!
If they all contain spice, yeah.
Okay, so a lot of money in essence.
1 crate could be worth between 70 to 700 gold.
Even 70 gold is like
So
a
at
decent dent.
At
Or,
least 420 gold if we have 6 crates.
Well,
At
7,
the-
but
Could be
the-
4,000 gold.
At the very least, with a much higher pay. Where's is it in crew? Where's the?
If
payout?
we get max payout, then this alone is more
here we go,
than
okay.
Profit Excellent.
You're right. Yes. Profit.
But
minimum.
I don't think it's going to be that good. But this isn't our only income stream, and a couple other things. So Profit Excellent is like a real contender. Profit
Well,
Good should be almost surefire at this point.
Okay,
after an
yeah,
additional
let's,
trip, we can start talking about what's in these crates. So,
Yes.
I'm gonna help you add these, Jackson, because there's a couple of them. Where would be the best place to put this? None of it's illegal, so we'll just put it in general storage. So the first one
Yeah,
is, of course,
Can you annotate the spices we got now different from the?
they're going to be
spices
very
we
different
in the
because
crew?
you're not going to be
Okay,
consuming these. There's 1 crate of cinnamon. This is likely between, it's on the higher end of spices, so it's going to be between 5 to 6 gold per pound. You're not sure how much, it depends, but somewhere in that range. The next crate, there are going to be 3 crates of dried food, so that just adds to your days of rations by
Oh,
1.
okay.
So 45 days of rations, Jackson.
All right.
The last 3 crates contain a variety of what looks to you to be some sort of like textiles.
Is it silk?
I think that since that is such a common textile, you would probably be able to definitively say that it's not that, but it does seem on the finer end because it's very soft. It has a white, like I'll describe it. Maybe you have some meta knowledge. Essentially,
Okay.
it's long white fibers that are pretty stretched out. It's very soft to the touch. It has this sort of frayingness to it though, and it's just bolts of cloth. Nothing's been
Cotton?
formed into clothing.
Does it?
Like
Cotton,
Strands?
it could be cotton, but you haven't seen cotton strands this long. It'd have to be some like
Does it,
unique strain.
Does it seem like a animal fur? or something?
Yeah, it definitely seems like some type of animal. Yeah.
Okay, is it
Oh, it's
like
wool.
is it like alpaca?
You don't know if alpacas existing in Valoros, but I think as Snort is looking over these, they had sheeps in his tribe, and this is wool, but it's not just normal wool. It's actually very nice wool. To be this long, to be this like barely any fraying, this is probably like some sort of, you don't know fucking sheep. None of you guys are farmers, but definitely a very nice type.
From El Sera. Would this be from somewhere nearby? Would this be from there?
It could be from Galadriel or Elsewhere. You'd have to talk to someone who knows shit about textiles, which is none of you. But we can record those as
I want to
crates
get
of
a
wool.
snort shirt made of this.
Do we have someone on the boat that does definitively know? Like maybe
Let's take a look.
race of farmer.
Have I run into it in Galadriel?
You were there for like, you were the son of a nobleman. I don't think you'd have any
Yeah,
farming knowledge.
especially like the oarsmen or the debt slaves who might have been raised as farmers. Anyone like them? We can
I'm
take
just
a boat
going to look at the
around.
actual rolls on the ship real quick. Okay, none of these people qualify. Yeah, so we have a total of, how many is that? 28 oarsmen. I'm just going to let you roll. Do 28 D100, and if any of them are 100, then they'll know.
Okay, all right.
It's not a bad odds. 28%. Yeah,
100.
Not how that works, but
it is how it works.
Nope, not a single 100. Nope.
All right, yeah. None of them are familiar with animal husbandry enough to recognize a particular type of wool this is.
Okay, but it seems on the nicer end.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, that's pretty good. I'd say a pretty good haul. How late in the day is it?
You've basically consumed the entire day now, and your swimming crews in the Fansineer have continually found nothing.
I've found nothing. Damn. Okay. So, because we were doing nothing all day, can we spend a little bit of the night getting a few miles away without like taking a hit to the rest?
If you would like, you could try to travel, but this is going to be so insanely slow that you may just still be on the battle map by the end of it. Because remember, you move half speed. You spent most of the day not traveling. Also, you're doing slow speed because you're doing a short rest. So you'll move like, I mean, I can figure it out real quick. You would move.
That's half of 45, or half
Yeah.
Of
Well, it's half
45?
of that. Yeah. So it'd be 45. This is just your max. Well, this is your average speed. So average speed would be 45, then 45 minus. Also, it's light. Basically, you're gonna move like 3,000 feet today, which I think does take you just off the battle map.
That's basically irrelevant. Okay, yeah, we'll take it. You know what? I'll take whatever.
Alex,
Okay.
Eric,
Yeah.
That's fine.
Did Shaban get any ship repairs done? today?
Absolutely. Now we need to go
yes,
resolve all the short
yes.
rest stuff that happened today, which is
Yes.
Shaban. I did not forget about Xander. So there's a lot more than just repairs that happened today, because you guys took a whole short rest. In the background, while all you guys were doing all this shit, there was an entire day's worth of activities going on. So yeah, let's go through those. Let me
Let's go.
pull it up.
Nail board.
Nail board. Alrighty. So to start with, the cook is going to try to make something cook. They're trying to cook. Let them cook. That passed. Okay, cool. Anyone in the party can spend a free hit die. So just one hit die for free.
Let's go.
do my temporary hit points from before go away?
Not until you take a short rest. But basically,
Well,
yes.
I'm probably gonna do that.
I am at full HP.
Alrighty. Now we're going to go on to the doctor. They are prioritizing healing members of the Marines because they were told to by the captain, and he failed, so no one is healed today. So L+, ratio.
I thought it was the top man he was prioritizing.
Yeah, it was the top man.
You are correct. No. It is the top man. Yeah, sorry. I read something. I got confused. Yeah, it is the top man.
I made
Philo
a,
Cord was all like.
made
Okay.
a deal with Pilo Cord. Is that what it was?
Correct. Yes.
Adrian tried to simp but failed, yeah.
Now I'm going to roll for the Master at Arms. He passes. So, Georg, you are going to keep the sharpened condition because the Master at Arms is very nice. Feels strong, man. You do have that on your sheet, right, Aaron? The extra 1d4 to damage every time you do anything?
Aaron Champ.
Sorry, I didn't realize my was
So
muted,
based,
but
King.
yes, I do
Average
have it.
Aaron
Okay, good.
conversation.
No. Aaron is very talkative. We love him.
That was funny.
All right, so lastly, and I saved the best for last, Xander, Jamber, Shaiban,
Jamber.
Mujan.
Jamber.
So you are going to roll all the carpentry checks because all the other bozos are busy. So it is just you and your carpentry team. So let's start with the simple carpentry tools check.
Heard.
Alex, am I still considered injured?
What's your health?
Max 41 out of
No, you are
41.
no longer considered injured.
One would hope.
Okay, cool. That is a pass. So, Jamber, roll your absolute best for D4.
Y'all ain't ready for this.
Notice that I guess I was not on today, was I?
No, you were.
Don't get 4 ones. Oh, that's pretty good. That is pretty good.
That is pretty good. The ship is no longer bloodied. Congratulations to the Defiance.
Yo!
Let's fucking go.
Let's
Wait,
go,
wait,
boys.
wait.
Let's go, boys.
It's only 4?
It is only 4d4 because remember, Brutal's busy, Snort's
But we
busy.
have Aziz Abdata at a...
Correct. That's why you get 4d4 because it's yourself, which is 2d4 automatically. Then your Leger Domain, which is 3d4. Then Aziz Abdimir Ibn Mashid, which is 4d4.
And
Okay.
then you're.
So
And then
it's,
you
just it's additional D4 for the whole...
The Mage Hand is the 3d4.
You know what? Xander, Adrian is proud of you nonetheless.
Feels good,
Thank
man.
you. I appreciate it. Hey,
Of course.
2D4 myself is pretty fucking good.
That
Yeah.
is pretty good.
So far, yeah, you have been doing everything you've been told to do with no shenanigans.
No,
Oh,
Brutal,
shucks.
shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
I don't,
You're-
you know...
You've been...
He was
I- it's
right.
not
Why'd you
hard
tell
to-
him to shut up? He's right.
He's being
But
nice.
it's not
What the
hard
fuck?
to not go against the crew.
I
shut up,
stand
shut
Rudo. I stand Rudo. I stand Rudo.
No,
Let's
no,
go.
no.
Let's go.
All right.
But then
So
again, I'm just a bystander to the slavery. So
that evening
We're-
on Night Watch,
Wait,
Everyone
before
falls
Night Watch,
asleep.
I wanted to find Crab.
yeah, you can do that. Absolutely. Get into the captain's cabin. Oh, I forgot. Good point. Before we go to Night Watch, there's something we need to do. So we're gonna do Adrian, but Snort's gonna pop in partway through this. So Adrian, you're in your cabin. Democritus is sitting across from you. Tonight it's just you and him. Georg is pretty fucking exhausted from the day.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
also
didn't,
sunburned to all hell.
Vezio did
Fog.
want to hear the story about Rory. So I
Oh
suppose that
yeah.
would
Okay.
be-
So yeah, Vezio's also in the cabin.
I
that was
wanted to
Unios
hear
that
Oh, that was Unios.
Was it? Oh fuck! My bad. Sorry. My bad.
All right. Unios is also in the
So
captain's
I'm done
cabin,
now.
and Democritus is here, and
Both of the monotone guys.
Democritus was in the process of telling you a story he collected back when you guys were in Mythosia. He'd been working on the finer things, and essentially, the story boils down to there was a ruler on the Tabrashan Plains. It was a woman, which is very rare on the Tabrashan Plains because they're a very male-centered society. And she was a wonderful warrior queen, powerful, intimidated her foes, killed many who challenged her. And eventually, one of the noblemen of her kingdom told her that she was not fit to rule because she was a woman. And she did not express any outward offense. She just said that that's an interesting perspective, and she'd like to hold a council of nobles to figure out who feels similarly. So she opened up her throne room, and nobles from across her princedom came to her great hall. And that evening, they drank and ate heartily. She made sure that the wine was flowing so everyone could get properly drunk and enjoy themselves. And then after all that had gone through, she, asked people to speak their minds openly. And so they did. They said many things regarding her adequacy to rule, many telling her to give up the throne for brothers or uncles or her son, or even her husband. And her own husband joined in with those voices, saying that she should step down and that he should become the new ruler of the realm. And she said she had a lot to think about, a lot to consider. And so all the people who had given her their concerns about her, she'd like them to just go to the bathhouse, just relax for a little bit, and she'll come back to them with an answer in about an hour. So, all these people pile into the bathhouse. They're enjoying the, kindness of her. And some of them are, of course, a bit suspicious. She seems way too willing to accept these for her reputation as a warrior. But it's not until they smell smoke that they begin to realize the folly they have made. And the doors had been barred. Each of the noblemen burned, and that woman was known as Valkia the Bloody. And not only did she kill all those who criticized her and her own husband, she killed her son, her brother, her other brother, and her father, so that no one could challenge her rule of her realm.
Less based, but go on, Queen.
What do you mean? That's incredibly big.
Yeah, that's so big.
That is like primal big.
And that is the story that Democritus shares with you. But after he shared it, he'll say,
Who wants to betray
Adrian-
me? Interesting.
Adrian
Anyways,
thoroughly enjoyed that story. He thoroughly enjoyed it.
Captain, before you speak of this rat meal, which I'm quite interested in, I'd like to record it to my notes.
Yes, of course.
I was wondering if I could ask you a question.
Of course.
What would you say the best moment of your life is? And he takes out his little journal.
Oh, the best moment of my life. Well, there are a few moments that come to mind. One was the moment I became captain of this vessel, which was a dream of mine since I was a little boy. But considering the circumstances in which I became captain, that would be less than ideal.
And what were those circumstances?
Yes, our last captain, Listo Hook, was
Rip the bro.
Yeah.
rather tragically executed by our current employer, actually, as a result of our general failure to complete the mission the employer had set out for us.
I
thought
see.
he was a much better man than I was. We should go with that. He would not have. He was a more morally upstanding gentleman than I certainly am. But another one could be the day I became a Marine.
For which for a private vessel like this?
Let me. No, that was for. I was a. Does the city state have like contracted, like governmental boats?
Yes, they have an entire war fleet.
No, I became a Marine for the city state. I was a governmental Marine at the time.
And you were happy with this new state of affairs. Well, why do you like being a Marine so much?
It was something I had dreamed of. I could finally get back at Mythdosia, which I have and still do hate the people and the country. My father was a Mythdosian, you see, and he abandoned me in the colonies. And ever since then, I've looked down on Mythdosians, and everything I've seen up until this point has just confirmed that bias. So
You seem remarkably aware of your existing bigotry.
Yes, I am. I dislike Mythdosians, and I have good reason to. I see no reason why I should hide that.
So the best moments of your life are when you became a captain and a Marine. No lost loves, no friends, family.
As a sailor, you have many temporary infatuations, but I wouldn't say loves. Family, my family in Saltmarsh, the one that adopted me, still I care very much for. To my knowledge, they still live up there. War, famine, or something else has taken them. I still feel very great. That was part of the sadness of leaving to become a Marine, is that I left them. They raised me with great love and devotion. For that, I'm ever grateful. I suppose the day I joined them, I'll remember it. Sure, it would be probably one of the best days of my life. There was this one day we killed a Mythdosian aristocrat of some kind. From what I gather on the documents, his name was Cicero or something of that nature. I particularly enjoyed that. That was, getting back at the nobility of Mythosia especially. It's just always fulfilling.
Yeah, he is furiously noting in his journal.
That was quite enjoyable. I'd say those 3 events, or 4 events. What is it, I suppose? Do you want me to choose one?
No, that's more than fine. Thank you.
No, those 4 events, I suppose. So my deliverance unto my Swineset family, my becoming a Marine, my killing of that specific Mythdosian aristocrat, and then my becoming a captain.
Thank you, Captain. Now, let's hear about these rats.
Oh, yes, of course. So,
And just as you start speaking, the door opens and Snort walks in.
Hello.
Speaking of rats,
hello, Snort.
I walk in. I'm still wearing the oversized armor.
Dude, that's a
Uh,
sitcom entrance.
I know.
I thought I told you to give that to Unios.
Oh yeah. It's just you got distracted, and I thought I'd have a bit longer to hold on to it. I'll start taking it, and I start taking it off, and I'll hand it over to
All right.
Unios.
All right,
Oh.
we'll
Goodbye,
finally add
my
it to the
sweet
ship
friend.
sheet. Feels bad, man.
All right. Feels bad. I wasn't gonna hide it, but I wasn't gonna give it up until I was really.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sorry, dude. It's
No,
too
it happens.
valuable.
It happens. I came here looking for, and then look around the room and find Crab and point at him and say, "You."
He will look over. He is, you look, and at first, he's in, like, the shadowy part of the cabin, because all the candles are on the captain's table. You actually don't understand what he's doing, and then, you you realize he has the, lower abdomen of his cat splayed open. The cat is alive. Its eyes are open. It's just like kind of vibing. But he's vivisected the cat open, and he seems to be rooting around its guts with a hand. And Captain, you had not noticed this either. Captain Spencer, you were engaged in a conversation, and you look to the right to Crab, and you just see, the splayed open interior of a cat with, like, surgeon's prongs holding it open. And Crab will remove his hand from inside the belly of the cat.
Now that is something that I'm accustomed. That seems
Yeah,
like
sure.
normal surgery work.
Yeah, except for the cat's alive, which is a bit,
Well, he is weirdly magical. So that honestly makes sense. Okay, standard Crab nonsense going on over there in the corner. What am I doing?
Average day for Crab.
Yeah, Crab withdraws his hand from the cat's belly and sort of like he just like flings
Don't
it
even
where like
make a face when I see it.
yeah, he just like shakes his hand aggressively and bits of blood like splatter onto the floor of the cabin. He says,
Oh, actually, you know what? Even better. Oh, good work, Crab. Commendable your dedication to your craft is commendable. I'll go back to
My
doing
craft of
whatever
what?
I'm doing. I don't know, whatever it is the hell you're doing. You said it might be useful to me, so there you go.
He stands up and he snaps at the cat, and its human hands, reach down and undo the metal things splaying its chest open, and slowly the flesh begins to reknit, and Crab will walk over to you, Snort, towering over you.
Oh, wait, you weren't busy, were you?
No, I was just rooting
Okay,
around.
cool. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. You got a moment to talk? And I kind of like nod my head to gesture outside.
The captain was about to tell a story about rats.
I don't know if that means yes or no.
I suppose I've heard it before. Fine, let us go.
All right.
So you want me to wait for you, Crab?
No, I've heard it. I was there, so.
All right then.
And the two of you walk out onto the deck. The night watch looks fucking exhausted. Like, Vezio, you got like a 3-hour nap before you had to take over night watch after an entire day of poking the sandy beaches. Where are you on the deck? What's the vibe?
Just 1,000-yard stare. And I'm making a mental note, actually. We need to talk about shifts for this night watch business. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, because previously Kaheen was it, and she didn't have any day duties, so she just slept during the day. But you have a lot of duties during the day, so you're just getting like 3-hour naps in the morning, 3-hour naps in the evening. You're like only sleeping in dusk and dawn.
And there's also this whole Andre Cox business where we have like a sleepwalker now.
Yeah, actually, remind me to make another appointment with the captain. We have a couple things.
You can speak to him after the rat story. So, yeah, you guys walk past Vezio, 1,000-yard staring. Crab just sort of drifts in the direction of the forecastle, where the cannon is, and Andre Cox is up there just staring out at the ocean, and when you guys approach, he'll sort of step down. He doesn't want to be involved in whatever your shenanigans are.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
Crab
I
will
wanted a bit of
step up.
privacy anyways.
Yeah, Crab will step up into the forecastle and just look out towards the ocean.
How you doing this year?
It was a productive day.
That's good. I had a good day too, rooting around in all that underwater stuff. Found all that gold.
Your magic is very useful.
Oh, thanks. That's actually kind of what I'm here to talk about. I've been pulling a lot of weight on the ship, and I've been kind of making sure people know all the stuff I've been doing, and I don't want to say I feel totally passed over, but you just seem to know a thing about Well, I'll just cut to it. I'm just getting kind of power hungry these days, and I'm wondering if you got any advice. You seem to be good at it. I see that Rudel goes and talks to you. He's my boss. I kind of want to be like him. And I'm just trying to, accumulate status and power.
The stone I gave you is the greatest gift I can bestow, but I can give you a piece of advice if you wish.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm here for. And thanks again for the stone.
Never rely on other people to give you power. Men like Captain Svensson, they get to those positions because they take the power that is offered to them. They do not wait for others to bestow it upon them. Real power is not receiving handouts from a man stronger than you. It's forcing it into your own grasp and not accepting no for an answer.
Damn. All right. Heard.
He seems to pause for a moment. And he gets sort of a wistful expression, which an expression of any kind is pretty rare on Crab. And to get one of like nostalgia is one you've never seen before.
Yeah.
And he sort of looks out towards the water. In my home, there is a standard way that wizards are trained within an organization called the priesthood. Booyags. That is, all booyags of my people go to the priesthood. But,
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, I did not go to this place. My master was a free spirit, belonged to an order much older than the priests of that confederation. And he always told me that one day it was inevitable that I would kill him and take his knowledge. It was the way things are. The one who is mightier should maintain. Amongst my order, those of significant strength can live forever if they choose, so the only way for new blood to enter the system is for death to come upon those who hoard knowledge and do not expand and grow more intelligent. I think that more groups should practice this. Even I am not your friend. If there was an opportunity to sacrifice you for my own power to grow, I would do it in a heartbeat. And I think it is only fair that we both understand the rules of the game being played here.
Man, yeah. I like how forthcoming you are with all that. I totally get that. In my clan, I was also brought in by a teacher. They were like, "Hey, Snort, we think you've got something powerful. I want to train you," and I just insta-killed them. I don't trust that shit at all.
That is
so,
wise.
Yeah.
The day that I tell you that I have a surefire way to increase your magic is the day that I intend to sacrifice you to something greater than yourself.
Cool. Well, when that happens, I'll run.
That is wise.
Didn't he tell
Cool.
Rudel like that exact thing?
Yes.
It's so based.
All right. Well, thanks for the advice, man. Thanks for the stone. Still nothing heard back, but I know that I just gotta be patient. But I'm just keeping you posted.
He nods.
Cool.
Posted. No way. No way he said posted.
Yeah.
Yeah, Crab heads back to the
All right,
cabin.
thanks, Nasir.
Yeah, he'll
I
just
know he
give a
doesn't like
nod.
high fives, so I don't. And Nasir, one more thing.
Yes.
Thanks for the time I had with the cat. If the opportunity comes again, I'd be a big fan.
Next time we are in a battle, make sure to capture a prisoner.
Easy, will do.
He gives you a nod.
Cool.
And, Ethan, would you like to
And then
provide the abridged version of the rat story?
Yeah, so basically, after I became captain, we lost our cook for some reason, or at some point we lost our
He turned into a fish man.
Okay, he turned into a fishman. And
I
we
thought
made this
Adrian
dude...
was the cook.
No, never. He was the first mate at the beginning, and then he became the captain, and then he went into a coma.
What? You're right. Yeah.
Anyway, we made this dude Rory. He was Was he one of like the? What was he before?
I believe he was a random member of the oars crew that had a slight ability to cook.
Yeah. So we literally took the next like best cook on the ship, who happened to be the random oarsman, and made him the cook. And he started getting really creative with ways to stretch the food, such as catching rats and cooking them into the meat. Which, to be fair to him, we never noticed because it turned out to be kind of okay. Until he just told me one day.
He was very proud of it.
Yes, he was kind of stupid. So he told me that he did that one day, and I had him immediately kicked off the ship because everyone lost their shit, including me. Because, like, obviously, why would you eat rats when you had actual food to eat? There's no point.
Yeah, that was the other thing. It wasn't like you guys were all going to starve otherwise. It's that you had plenty of food left. He's just like, wait, I have a way to not remove rations, guys.
And and I, for some reason, let him do it, thinking that he was gonna do something magical. I guess instead he just caught rats.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was that whole story. We had him kicked off the ship. I think I should have killed him. But
What
you
were the
know.
rats eating? Because surely the rats were eating your actual rations and turning into
Basically,
rations.
yes. Yeah.
Do we
Stupid.
do we have a ship cat, Alex?
Now you do.
Okay, all right. Since then, we have a ship cat.
Well, because Crab summoned a familiar after that.
Oh my god.
Is that the reason why we have? Is that what the cat spends most
Correct.
of the
I don't know
time
if you
doing?
remember this. Crab's original familiar was not a cat. I think it was a owl or a raven or something.
Oh,
yeah.
that's interesting. I do not remember
Guys,
that. But
when
his human cat spends most of its time
was,
catching and killing rats.
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of cool.
when I was plotting my Kaheen plan and I was talking to Alex about it, like out of game, I had originally thought about sneaking off the ship as a mouse, and then I was like, wait a second, there's a cat. Like this could be some real Tom and Jerry shit of just, like me freaking
Tom and
slaves.
Jerry
That would have
hours.
been, that would have been insane
Jerry.
if your entire plan had gone like fully well and good up until the point where you tried to get off and Crab's cat just killed you.
That would be
Yeah, and it like the
beautiful.
cat like doesn't know that like I'm like a druid or some shit. They're just like, oh, mouse, and like that's why it goes awry.
It would have been great. Well, yeah, that's the story you get, Unios.
Yeah, he's going to agree that you should have killed them and ask if you're keeping an eye on the current cup.
No, I Rory was a random oarsman we took. David Cook, I checked out his credentials.
I mean, his name
But
is
he's
Cook.
an elf.
He's legit.
He's a half elf. How can you trust him?
And I mean, well, I'm not racist.
No, he means Unios.
Yeah. Unios
Unios.
is.
Oh,
Unios is thinking that, but he won't say it.
Days.
He's going to say they can be a talented cook and still tricky. You said this one, you didn't even notice it was rat meat.
I suppose, but you're the quartermaster. Have rations been going missing at the appropriate rate?
Yes, but
Well, then I suppose we have nothing to worry about, don't we?
Nessie's sadistic.
Yes, as the
Well,
quartermaster's job, it is your duty to be racist to the correct people.
Yes.
So why don't you start looming over David for like no reason in
you-
particular?
Are you proposing he is eating all of the rations himself and cooking?
No, I'm
Cooking
just
rat
saying it
for us?
would be possible he could be slipping odd things into our rations. I didn't
No.
realize it was a common thing, but apparently.
I don't think it's not common. This is the first time I encountered it on any of the ships I worked on, and I worked on several. Rory was not bright in the mind. This is a funny story. There's not a lesson to be learned from it. It's not a fable, or whatever they call them.
Unio strokes his chin.
People learn different
Please,
things from their
leave.
experiences.
I trust David Cook. Please do not begin looming over him. There are three people you should never piss off in life: the person who pays you, the person who cooks for you, and there's one other, but probably the person who leads you or something like that. But that's me.
He's testing you, Unios. He's trying to see if you can actually discern to check out David Cook.
I already pissed off the doctor, so.
True.
Yeah, that's okay. You know what? There you go. There's the third.
Yeah, and your doctor. I think that actually is the end of that saying, unironically.
Yeah, right. Like those are three people you really should not piss off in your life, right? You're one of those to yourself. Don't piss off the cook and don't piss off the doctor. Too easy.
Yes.
Well, with that final lesson, Unios remove 1 day of spice, 1 day of water.
Wasn't Vezio coming into?
Yeah, we'll get there.
All right.
1 day
Oh,
of spice,
yeah.
1 day of water, and 1 day of rations.
All right.
Who on the ship do you think knows the most about like sea creatures?
Snort.
It would be whoever has the highest nature, which would probably be Democritus.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go ask Democritus what
He's
he
an
knows
old man
about.
who's asleep.
Oh, Democritus is asleep right
Yes.
after
Old man.
dinner?
Yes.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
he is a
Crab be
grandpa.
pretty
I have
good?
a
Crab
I have a plus
does not
3.
have proficiency in nature. He just has like normal, his int basically.
I have
Okay.
a plus 3.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Oh,
I
I-
have proficiency in nature. What?
Oh, is Vezio a secret
I have
genius?
+4.
He is a secret genius.
All right, I'll ask Vezio what he knows about sea
Which
leviathans.
So-
I'm to be clear, he's like in the cabin with me.
Well, not yet. So Vezio's on the deck. He's like psyching himself up to go, make his demands heard by Captain Svensson. He's like pacing back and forth. You're in the level of tiredness, Vezio, where like you're not thinking fully straight, so you're like having to talk through what you're gonna say beforehand. And then you hear sort of clumps across the wood, and you glance over expecting to see Andre, and instead you see Bosun Stronheim.
Hello, Bosun.
Vezio, I came to inquiry about a leviathan I ran into near one of the ships. I noticed you had kind of a knack for recognizing creatures of the deep, so I wanted to hear what your thoughts on it.
Let's see.
Well, yeah. First, before you roll nature, describe this creature, Rudel.
So it was just a sea serpent, but it was just a younger form of it. So you remember the one we fought? Was that like around a month ago?
Sure.
All right. Like around a month ago, the one that attacked us on the ship. But
So,
the
what is
reason
the
why
question?
I ask, the reason
Oh,
why I
sorry.
ask is it saw through my invisibility, which, I mean, like, does that sound like normal to you?
Yeah, Vezio, roll me a nature check.
Okay. So,
You were about to ask a question.
I was just gonna say it's not like great. Like certain creatures could see through invisibility with other means of not really seeing but detecting through it.
What do you mean?
What is that a good check or?
Yeah, I mean, with an 18, you can guess that sea worms typically, especially the smaller ones, largely hunt in the depths. So they'd probably have some form of blind sight. That could be essentially a tremor sense where they detect movement. It could be some sort of just straight up blind sight, which can be in the form of like hearing or vibrations in the water. There's basically, for every different creature in the sea, there's a different way that they can see by. Sight is probably the last thing they rely on, considering where their young grow up.
Okay, well, you were down pretty deep if you're attacked by one of those things. You'd notice there's not much light around.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's true.
They live even deeper than that, so they detect not by seeing, but I'm not sure the specifics on these things. Maybe feeling the water change around them or smelling or something. I'm not sure. But usually creatures have some way of detecting like that.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, hey, I appreciate it. Is there anything I could do for you? Like, convey information? I'm ready to hear it.
I'm about to see the cat. I might talk to you if I have something in the future.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. Just let me know if you need anything.
Okay.
The bosun heads back below decks. And Vezio, you're like getting the final. You're gonna be like, okay, hi, Captain. You're like preparing yourself, and then Andre walks over and says, Vezio, I can barely stay awake.
Yeah, I'm about to see the captain and talk about maybe getting a shift going or some other people on this night watch duty.
He kind of looks around the deck. He like has bloodshot eyes, which to be fair, you do too. But he says, "Do you feel like we're being watched at all?"
Uh-oh.
Well, that's
Either he's right or he's crazy.
What's your past perception?
14.
No, you don't feel like you're being watched.
I don't think so. It was a long day today.
I keep glancing over my shoulder and I feel like something's there, and I feel uncomfortable. You're right. It's probably just paranoia. I mean, we've been up for... yeah.
Why don't you get one of the Marines to swap out with you?
All right. I'll do that. Thank you.
Okay.
Indeed. Heads below decks, and you can head into the captain's cabin. The only two people in there are Crab, because he's one of the night watch people, and the captain's just basically fully, like, getting ready for bed.
I can have a word, Captain, about a couple things.
Of course, Vezio, of course. Is this a private word or crappy name?
I've tried been here. It's not a big issue.
Go for it then.
Real quick, Vezio does have, like, as you look at him, he has, like, bloodshot eyes. His beard is frazzled. He looks like has big bags underneath his eyes.
Okay, all right.
This night watch duty, it's a bit hard for me to catch sleep in between organizing the Marines during the day.
I do see that, yes. You don't look too well.
Even Andre was busy all day today. He's tired as well.
That's very true, isn't it? Yes. Who did I have on the night watch with Kaheen before this?
You don't know. Kaheen picked everyone.
Oh. Could I reference it in the logs or something like that?
It wasn't like an official thing. You just said, hey, Kaheen, you're the night watch captain. Figure it out. I don't want to worry about it.
Okay. Alright. How many Marines? I can actually just look how many Marines you have.
I guess the easiest thing to start with is just saying,
Not
like,
that many.
who doesn't do anything in the morning?
Well, depending on what you
Those are
want to
pretty easy
do,
fix.
you could just straight up make one of the random Marines the night watch captain. You just can't give them any jobs during the day, because you're going to start running them ragged if you do so.
Yeah.
You can also give it to some of the idlers, but they're not, like, soldiers, and so it's probably not the best idea.
Yeah.
You can make Crab the night watch captain. He doesn't do shit.
Give it to Snort.
I'm not giving it to Snort. Snort does too much during the day.
Give it to Snort.
Snort does too much during the day.
Snort doesn't sleep.
We also need him
I
with
don't believe
the proficiency with carpenter's tools.
Nope, that's retarded. I'm not gonna make Democritus the night watch captain.
He also won't do that. Awesome. He refuses. He's not a member of the crew.
That's fair. That's unironically true. Yes, the one downside to paying him a special pay is that.
Yeah.
Is that
correct? I mean, Crab could do it. Okay. I think that's a pretty easy one.
What about Gert DeWall?
He could do it.
What
do you think that guy's based?
So Vezio has Vezio has said that the top men do stuff all day, so the forecastle and what do the afterguard do during the day?
A few of my Marines can handle it, but perhaps we just rotate the people out based on their day duties.
You can also do that, but again, every day I'm going to ask you who's on night watch, and that's just going to get...
That's so cringe.
Do you need additional personnel to fill that out?
I mean, we're down 2 Marines at the moment.
That's very true.
Well, 3, because Ors is still fucked. He's at like 1 HP.
Unironically, I think Gert DeWall is a good choice.
Doesn't who's Gert DeWall?
He's one of the forecastlemen.
Don't the forecastlemen...
Typically during the day they're very busy. Yeah, the best choices if you want people to do literally nothing during the day are Marines, Afterguard, Crab, and then the special people like the Surgeon, the Sailmaker, etc.
Okay,
is Gert DeWall actually at 1 HP?
No, Or's Aga is at 1 HP.
Okay. I might use my last spell slot to cure wounds.
It's not worth it because you're not going to be able to get him above half HP, so he'll still be considered injured.
Okay.
Okay.
And one other thing. I'm not sure how good Andre Cox is going to fit in with the Marines. It's not that he's a bad fighter or anything. It's far from that, actually. He's too good. He knows he's the best, and he wants to do his own thing. He doesn't like being part of a team, and he doesn't work well with other people.
Okay.
So, I don't know if you want to just have him on until the next shore leave and then we decide, or if you want to have him on in a different position. But it's I can see trouble in the future with the other Marines.
Okay. All right, I can.
But now
I can handle it. But
Just keep that in mind.
So, would you prefer I make up an idler position for him to occupy?
If
sergeant
you're going to
some-
move him
some-
around on the ship,
some-
it has to be something that would
where he's-
look like
where
an
he's-
upgrade to him. He's very
So the
confident. He's very
only-
self-confident.
How he's getting 2 shares at the moment, which is rivaled only by me. So an upgrade to him
Not true.
would
Also, Shyvon's.
Maybe it
Damn
doesn't
the
need to
surgeon.
pay him more per se, but it needs to be something that will
That's
keep
true,
his
yes, which is
dignity
rivaled
and
by me.
glory intact. Maybe an upgrade to like a special auxiliary unit or something.
Well, since Svensson, now the Defiance only has like 10 Marines, so this doesn't really apply to the Defiance. But previously, when you served on a much larger ship, a Karak, which had a significant crew, or there was a Galleus you once served on when you were a normal Marine in the City State Navy, where they had like 80 Marines. They would have Marine lieutenants, which in a very weird thing, it's actually lower ranked than the sergeant, where they'd have a team of like 1 to 4 Marines under their command. Now, there's no reason to have that on the Defiance. It'd be purely stroking his ego, but it would be a unique title.
I'm not sure about putting men under him, but he did do that in the past. I don't know.
Not sure. You're not sure about putting men under him. That makes it a bit more difficult. For instance, if I could give him 2 of your Marines, make him a Marine lieutenant, something like that. That's something we had when I was a junior Marine when I first joined.
If I can request, if we do this, can I? Can these be new Marines? I want the Marines under me to be under me now. I'm not sure how it'll treat it.
Can you hold him until we acquire new Marines? Can you handle him?
Yeah, I'm taking a guess here, but I think as long as we have people to fight, he'll be content.
Okay, so we have 2 Marine slots available right now. Is it agreeable that when we acquire those 2 Marines, I make him a Marine lieutenant, put him under the idlers, and give him command of those 2 new Marines?
Okay, so would he still be under me, but he does his own thing, or would he be under you directly?
No, he'd be under me directly. He'd be part of the idlers, so he'd be under me directly, as most of the idlers are.
Do you think that's a good way?
He would not be under you anymore, which means I'm sure he would see it as a promotion. In fact, he's only under 1 person instead of the 2 he was before, and he would have people to command. Which means if, for instance, if we sent a shore party again, I would send him and his 2 Marines to shore instead of him and random Marines. He would be like a specific shore party or a specific party I would send to go and do things of that nature.
Okay.
Alright, that's fine with you?
I just think he needs his own space.
Okay. Alright.
He wants to do his thing his own way.
And you don't think I can just make him a Marine lieutenant right now without people to fight under him? Because I could very easily do that at this exact moment. In fact, Alex has already done it.
It's going to be there eventually, so might as well put it there.
Might as well, yeah.
You could, but it's a personal request. I want the Marines I know on this ship to be under me.
Vezio, I respect both your opinion and your fighting ability. So, if you think you can handle him until we acquire new Marines, I'll leave him under you. If you wish to be rid of him immediately, I can just make him a Marine lieutenant and wait until we have Marines to give him. And then, at which point, I can actually make him... I could make him the Night Watch captain at that point. And you would be released from such duty.
No, putting him as Night Watch captain.
Which is one of those weird things where it's technically a promotion, but it's not really a promotion. But that's entirely up to you.
I think we'll be okay either way.
Okay, I'm going to leave him under you for now then. I'm going to leave you as the Night Watch captain. I just don't want to stir up his emotions, things of that nature. But once we acquire Marines, I'm going to promote him, put him under the idlers as a Marine lieutenant, and give him men to command. the new men. That means.
Cool.
Okay.
Is that suitable?
That's all.
All right.
That's
all
all
right.
I have.
And then, as for the night watch, you can have the afterguard.
I think Crab will speak up and say, Captain,
Yes.
I find myself with a bit of a lot of free time in the days, and Night Watch provides a perfect time to do quiet contemplation. I could take over for our Marine Sergeant here.
Take over as the night watch captain.
Of course. You may not recall this, I know it's been some time, but I was once a senior officer of this ship.
No, I do remember. I very much do remember.
What was
Sure.
He was the surgeon.
Sure.
he? Is that a senior officer?
I mean, arguably, yeah.
We
Okay.
don't include him in most things just because it's not a player character, but yes.
We do include him in those things.
No, I mean, he's a surgeon, not the surgeon.
Oh, the
not
current
Crab,
surgeon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, he doesn't care
Sure.
about anything. He just wants money.
Faith.
Is that agreeable to you? Is you? Would
Crab's
you,
been with us a long time. I trust him.
All right, Crab. You're the new night watch captain. You
Tomorrow
can
I'll
make-
drop the list for the Night Watch.
All right, I'd like to. Nothing against you. This is all because of Keen's experience. I just like to see the list.
Sure, I can tell you I'm leaning towards getting that Master Carpenter.
Who is that? That's Shaibon, right?
Yes.
Or Aziz.
No, not the stranger.
Okay, Shaibon.
Yeah.
Just-
I'll give you a list tomorrow. We can discuss it then.
All right, sounds good.
So Crab leaves your cabin. Vezia leaves your cabin. The two of them perch up at opposite ends of the ship.
I'm gonna be on night watch.
Well, actually, Shaibon, before tomorrow, you're doing some late night work. The repairs on the ship are ongoing, and you just can't fall asleep tonight. So rather than carve in your little corner, you have a candle. You're in like the cargo area, and you're just grouting between two boards. It's incredibly soothing. You're almost falling asleep while doing it, which is what you were hoping for. And a couple minutes ago, someone walked past you to go to bed. You didn't look up to see who it was because you just don't care. But as you're grouting this and you're just sort of humming to yourself, you get the feeling of being watched, and you sort of look up, and in the darkness, sort of framed in a hallway in front of you, you see two eyes looking at you through the darkness. Someone is in the darkness in the shadowy parts of the ship's cargo hold, just staring at you.
Hello? Is anyone there? I'll I'll get up and start walking over to it.
Yeah, you see something wet sort of leave from just beneath the eyes, and you walk closer, and with your eyes adjusting to the darkness, you see Andre standing there. His mouth is sort of hanging open, like he's salivating, and the spit is just sort of like coagulating on his lips, and one of the spit rivulets ran down to his chin and then just is dripping down to the ground, and he's just staring at you. It's like that. He doesn't look normal. He doesn't look like he's fully there.
Andre, are you okay?
He seems to blink and basically he looks like he just fell asleep while standing up, and he just shakes awake. He's like holding his spears, and he says, "What the?
Are you alright? You were
Sorry,
just
I must
standing
have
there.
I must have drifted off. I've fallen asleep standing up a couple of times, but that was a unique experience.
You didn't look okay. You look.
I was having the strangest dream.
What was it?
Sort of scratches his head. I don't. Sorry for distracting you. And he sheathes his spears because he sort of pulled them out when he woke up, and he says, "Good night."
All right. Good night, Andre. One more thing.
Yeah.
Alex, you said he was just standing there. He looked like he was. Was it just
It was not a blank
He-
expression. It was a hungry expression.
Yeah, it was hungry and it was
He was
ready to,
salivating so much he was drooling onto the floor.
Yeah, and he was okay. And he looked ready to fight. I'm assuming as well.
No, not particularly. It wasn't until he woke up that's when his normal warrior's instinct kicked in. There, he just looked like hungry.
Okay, that's
Give him the
weird.
rats.
Yo, look at the rats.
Holy face, dude.
But yeah, he walks past you towards the hammocks. He just does seem confused. He is clearly hiding something from you. Like, he didn't say what he dreamt about, but it doesn't seem malicious. He's just like, what the fuck just happened?
Do you need something to eat?
No, I'll be fine.
You looked starved.
It was a long day, a lot of poking on those beaches. And he closes the door to the living quarters, and you return to putting through grout. And, at a certain point, you're starting to get pretty sleepy. You decide to go to the bathroom before you go to bed, and after you finish up your business, you look through the porthole, and you see a almost full moon sort of glistening over the water.
Oh.
And you decide to get some sleep. You head to the hammock and go to bed.
Alex, I have one last thing to do before bed.
Mm-hmm.
Does it involve the deck?
No.
Okay, what do you want to do?
Does it involve lycanthropy?
No, so I decided to sleep in a barrel tonight.
Perfect.
And after having my conversation with Crab, I'm reinvigorated my interest in the stone, and so I just want to try praying as I go to sleep tonight.
Yeah.
But my prayer, normally you would, dear whatever god you pray to, that kind of thing. My prayers is more like me clutching this stone with my eyes closed and going, power, storm, power,
Yeah.
power.
Power.
You don't quite know when you drift off to sleep.
Power.
You don't quite know when you drift off to sleep. But eventually, you start dreaming. And most of your dreams are pretty similar. It's like, flying over open terrain. It's, a storm waging behind you. But today, you're riding along a storm. You're flying along the winds, as in all your dreams. It's centered around the power and magic of nature. But you start to fall from the storm. The wind no longer lifts you, and you start to plummet towards the earth. And you slam into a wall. The wall begins to move, and a stone creature removes itself. You are in a valley, and this creature is half of its size. And the stone creature looks down at you. Eyes are carved into the stone, and you realize you're looking at a golem of sorts, like those ancient stories of the doors that your people held. And this golem, with many eyes carved across its stone, opens up its eyes, and you see two crystal orbs of teal looking down at you. You ask for power. Find the outer ring of the maze.
What maze?
The creature solidifies once again, merging with the wall of the valley around, and through no control of your own, the winds lift you up into the air, high, and soon you are once again soaring with the winds. And it's not until you wake up that you realize just how fucking weird that was. And yeah,
that was it?
That's it.
Fuck, what the fuck do I do with that? Okay, Stone Golem says to find the outer rings of the maze.
Ring, singular.
Oh.
Sounds like you gotta do that then.
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, thanks, Jackson.
He gave you a pretty
British
clear
Trimble, guys.
It's pretty clear, obviously.
So, on the 28th, the Defiance is in motion again. Yay! Woo woo! Woo. Let's go to the world map. Let's fucking go.
All right, boys.
Jesus.
Still,
Alrighty. That sounds like R2D2.
Dude, stop snorting.
True. You're stealing his bit.
You guys.
Oh, that is Toad. No, he's right though. He's right though. That is Toad. All right, two
You guys
navigation
all my
checks, and then we'll
friends.
talk about where we're going.
Sorry, Alex. How many from our last navigation check? How many miles?
Well,
east
we're
of
rolling
where
two
were
today
we?
anyway, so let's roll this first.
I mean,
I think we were at 12 east.
It was 12.
That's absolutely what it was. Yes. Okay.
All right, moderate wind, no rain, pog. Cool.
Okay.
So we are 12 miles east of Linthel, and those are two passes, Unios.
So
Let's go.
Alex,
I'm maxed on sailing dice, so if anyone needs some soon.
Only one person can consume it.
I don't need them because we're following the coast. Alex, we were literally just looking for villages because I think we're still on the quest for slaves.
Are we going southward or northward?
South.
Alrighty. What a day. Okay, cool. We start traveling southward along the coast. And this music is too upbeat for today.
Because we're gonna find the outer ring.
Surely.
You guys begin to travel along the coast.
Surely, Temple.
And the coastline here is, to put it in just one word, ravaged. This land has been at war for 100 years. It's kind of hard to imagine how long 100 years is. 5 generations, so that's great-great-great-grandfathers. Some Galadrim half-elves live a bit longer, so there are a couple people who actually remember it before the fall. But it's not just like a war happened. This is a post-apocalyptic society. They've gone through such deep societal changes that it is ingrained in how they live their lives that this is just how things are. So moving along the coast, you don't find any fishing villages, because to do so, they would put themselves at the, risk of people like you.
Sure. We are, I'm looking for, we know from the other coast that the villagers will lie farther inland.
Oh, no. That was in that particular region. Those guys have been very different. They've been united for almost 20 years in a single kingdom. This area is fucked, and these people know that you can just look on the coast and see their villages, so it turns out they don't build their villages within line of sight, because then they'd attract people like you. Because again, you are not unique in this respect. This particular area of coast has been fucked for a century. The other coastline is very different.
Can we look for even individual people at this point, then?
Sure, yeah, so, yeah, we'll get there in a bit. You guys start to travel southward. And at about midday, to your south, Georg, you spot something. And I don't think you know what this is, so I'm just going to start describing some stuff. And if you have any questions, let me know. So ahead of you, far to your south, not quite at the edge of the vision because it's too small, you wouldn't be able to see it, but closer to your side, you see these, like, sharp poles poking out of the water. Some of them extend like only a couple inches above the water, so again, you can barely see them at all. But other ones extend like 15 feet up out of the water. And they're pretty sparse, especially at this distance. You can really only see like 2 or 3 of them, far to your south in the water.
So, like, 2 sharp poles.
Mm-hmm. They're like a foot wide, like a foot diameter, and like 15 feet high.
Does it look like it's like a mast of a ship or anything?
Could be, yeah. Could be the mast or prow. It's at an angle as well, which sort of supports the mast or prow theory.
I guess I just relay it to whoever's on the ground.
Yeah, you shout it down to a Marine who reports it to Captain Svensson. Sunken mast spotted to the south.
I don't like Alex. So the first thought I have is like anti-ship defenses, like they had at D-Day.
Yeah,
just like I would imagine this is just a spiked pole instead of a pole with a landmine.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thought I have. Is that a
that's fair
thought for Adrian to have? Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I do have a question. Rudel, where are you?
Okay.
Probably on the deck, just like getting reports from people, like fixing like a broken railing or something, a chipped railing or something.
Cool. Yeah. You're repairing a chipped railing, and as you hear this, you feel a chill run down your spine because you actually know what those are. There's like 5 stories that Galadrim half-elves have now. Most of their ancient culture is obliterated because their kingdom is gone, and their line of, told stories are gone. All their books are gone, so they really only preserve like food, tactile things of culture, and a couple of stories. One of those being a very, very brave man who just after this 3rd dynasty fell, tried to become the next Phoenix Emperor. However, this man came afoul of Archmage Tabariel, the probably most powerful wizard to ever live as a half-elf, and the last Archmage of the Galadrim Kingdom. And this brave, successor to the Galadrim Empire was a naval admiral, so he took his whole navy and planned to take the city of Blue Haven with it. The reports vary. The story that you heard from your father said that there was 500 ships in this royal navy, along with 1,000 other smaller vessels. And Archmage Tabariel destroyed it. It's called the Battle of the Red Waters because the Gulf of Blue Haven was filled with blood for weeks. Bodies washed up on every shore of the harbor. Some people say as many as 100,000 people died. And all that's left to commemorate that cataclysmic battle, which in one afternoon destroyed the entire navy might of an ancient kingdom, is these piers and masts and sticks that poke out of the water. Because these ships were not made of normal wood, they are made of silver pine, a tree handed down to the half-elves by the Elven Empire, which were able to handle even a century of water lapping against them.
Wow, that's awesome.
That also means that you're getting close to Blue Haven, which is not good.
Uh-oh. Stinky.
So I'm gonna go up to Svensson. Svensson,
Yeah, Rudel.
I believe it's time we cross the Gulf.
Why?
We're getting close to Blue Haven.
We'll look at it, the spikes. Is that what those mean?
Oh, Rudel's looking at him with, like, the most 1,000-yard stare of gloom you have ever seen, and just nod and be like, don't make us get closer. Please. I know we have our differences.
Yeah.
Do
Okay.
not go
I-
any closer. Just cross the
Alright.
Gulf.
All right, I'll trust you on this one, Rudel. All right. How's this though? We'll head up north, back the way we came, set a landing party aboard, see if they can find a village for us to take some some oarsmen from farther inland where we can't see them from the shore. How's that?
That also brings another question of mine.
All right. By all
Do
means,
you know how
please.
much liquid asset we have, or is it there at least some time we could take to figure that out?
Probably not. I imagine it varies wildly city by city. We probably
Well,
have.
sorry, if he's asking how much liquid we have, yeah,
That's
I
an
can
easy
tell you
answer.
exactly.
Yeah.
It's like 400 gold. So-
Oh,
no. Well,
by-
sorry,
by-
I didn't just mean liquid. I meant like in like non-liquid and like in addition to liquid. My bad.
My guess is we're at least breaking even with the amount we have now. If not, making a good profit. Somewhere
Okay.
in between there would be my guess.
Are you including the 500 from Rothschild?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay.
My guess would be similar. We need slaves. I would be a lot more comfortable if we were to take at least one, or not one, 2, 3 more ships worth of cargo.
You're right.
And once we have that, we can get out of here and on our way.
Yeah.
Why?
I understand I've been harping on the opinion many times, so it'll probably fall on deaf ears, but after the haul we've gathered, I wouldn't see it as impossible for us to just make our way to Tucson, especially if we just ride through the what is it? Right through the coast.
I absolutely see that argument, especially because I'm fairly certain we're somewhere between breaking even and making a good profit. However, I would like to. This is my first full voyage as a captain, you see, and I would like to make an excellent impression on the crew. So if we could blow all, ideals of what this voyage might be out of the water, I'd be most grateful to that.
I understand.
All right, but I absolutely will take your advice. I don't want to go anywhere near Blue Haven. We'll head up north immediately.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, you yell for the ship to turn about. The process takes about 2 miles, so you do drift a little bit closer. And at the edge of vision, Georg, what you saw was like a couple, and just an additional, mile, which is about how long it takes for the ship to, slowly turn around unless you want to do some crazy shit. You see that what you saw was just maybe like 1 or 2, I don't know. Rudel didn't share the story, so I think for you it's not entirely clear why it's so like sparse. But just about a mile further, the density begins. You see a total of about 40, just like, that next mile of masts. And you now realize it is kind of what you said. It's a mixture of masts. It's a mixture of, I forgot the name, but I said it, or prows of vessels. A lot of ships sunk there. A lot of ships sunk there.
Do I see this, Alex?
Oh yeah, certainly. Yeah, now it's to your south because you're turning north, so it's behind you now instead of in front of you.
I'll call up Brutal when I see this.
Yeah.
When I actually realize what's going on.
Hmm.
Brutal, what happened here?
The Archmagus happened. A very powerful one.
There are dozens, if not hundreds, of ships here. Archmagus can do this?
Yes.
Good lord. I heard rumors of some Von Die, something like that. Oh wait, that hasn't happened yet. Never mind.
Feels bad,
Ignore
man.
that.
He can't
Ignore
reference
that.
himself. So you guys begin to turn northward, and about 3 hours later, it actually isn't Georg that spots this ship first, because he's looking northward. Technically, he's supposed to be looking in all directions, but he's looking for villages, as was requested of him. So instead, it is who would be up there? I guess it would be who would be next to the helm with you, Adrian?
Probably Snort.
Probably unironically, Snort would be there, like no cap on a stack.
That's
Okay,
fucking
okay.
hilarious.
So Snort would be there. I'm not sure if he'd be able to see over the bulwark.
Well, he'd be on like a chair, surely.
Yeah.
Well, I
surely,
just like
There's Snort like up at the front, just staring
Sorry,
at wood
let
in front of
me
him, being
see
like,
if
"I
I
love
can-
being at the front."
Would Unios be up there?
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. It'd totally be Unios. Yeah, so Unios, you're just chilling at the back of the ship. And you look, you're just like mostly looking northward, eastward, looking for the signs of like smoke rising up from villages. And then you look southward and you see a vessel. It's to your southwest. It's approaching roughly in your direction, not straight at you, but towards the shoreline. And it has 3 black sails. Now, having colored sails at all is a sign of wealth, immense wealth, because it costs a lot to dye sails. Black is not a particularly expensive color, though.
Yes, but it is a quite stealthy color, which is very scary.
Can you see the flag?
From this distance, not particularly. You can see the colors, but I don't know if that's going to help you.
What are the colors of the flag?
The colors are black and white.
Oh,
Fun.
I don't know if that's gonna help you, says the pirate color
probably
flag.
the-
There's tons of other
fifth
flags with
ship.
black and white. Oh,
Suck out.
that would be based if the 5th ship in the fleet was like bigger than all those other ships combined. Because if it has, to be clear, just to be clear, since this has 3 sails, this is bigger than a Karak or a galley. This would be put in the class of a naval warship.
All right,
Okay, what?
I'll say Captain,
yeah.
Captain to our south, and I'll point at it.
Yeah.
I will spin 180 degrees around because I was not looking that direction.
Yeah. Snort hops
Squint.
up on a chair and looks.
I'll soy point at it. Yeah.
Point.
Do I know what countries may fly a black and white flag? 'Cause that's
None.
Like opposite.
Okay.
Well, let me
That's
rephrase
a
that. There are a couple, but like,
Not in this area.
well, it's not just not in this area. It's that like they're like. Okay, so one, it could be a company you haven't heard of from the Northern Kingdoms. Like it could be like Lost Keter Trading Company. It could just be a trading company you've never heard of. It could be Cavaranth, but again, last time you heard, like that's not even like a kingdom. That's like a bunch of disunited shittery. And the city-state actually does have black and white flags, but there would not be a city-state warship here.
Yeah, I don't know why they'd be.
Yeah, but also keep in
Okay,
mind,
what-
normally pirates don't have warships either. Like that'd be crazy if they actually, if
Yeah.
a pirate managed to get a warship.
What flag are we flying at the moment?
Jackson should be able to answer that question.
Jackson?
City state. Merchant
The city-state
flag.
merchant flag?
Yes.
What were
I
the
would-
2 flags that we looted in the chest that I got earlier?
We have so many flags.
We have a lot of
Yeah.
flags.
We've been some
let
flag
me-
collectors. We
Are
could fly
we-
the Hafan war flag.
Are we close enough that we would like that ship would be obviously be able to tell if we switched flags right now?
If you did something of a drastically different color, yes.
Okay.
So
Okay.
the
so
ones
green
you could
color?
so you couldn't do either of the Mythosian ones. You could probably do the
Okay.
Hathon Merchant. Duthiel Squadron would definitely work. Trade Federation could probably work. Hathon War could work. So basically, you just can't do the Mythosian ones because those ones are too brightly colored.
Okay.
Lucio
what
could
do
be a gamble.
That would be a crazy gamble.
The Duthiel Squadron. What does that?
It's a pirate flag.
Do not
Okay,
do
not
that.
that-
Do
not
not
that
do
one.
that right now.
Oh,
Those
fuck,
are the
I-
guys we
damn it.
just killed, to be clear.
I closed.
Yeah.
I closed the page I had open. So
Classic.
I'm.
Wait, what flag are we
Hey.
running?
The Hathon merchant flag at the moment.
Right
Where are
now
we
we have
dropping?
a city state right now.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
And,
City State?
And where
Oh.
are we dropping?
Also true.
Give me a minute,
Alex,
boys,
can I
I'm
do
sorry.
some kind of history check to
For
recall
what?
if I've like what kind of black and white flags I would have seen and would be
I think I already
popular?
said which ones are.
Oh,
Calvaranth,
fair enough.
How about-
a potentially trading company, and then city-state war flag.
And the Trade Federation flag? What does that? What's the
Although it would.
What's the symbol of it?
significance?
The cities of Iridion and Linthel are a part of the Trade
Yo.
Federation.
We're just getting chased down from all the way from session 1.
Iridion and Linthel.
Oh
I'm
shit!
sorry. Where's that, Alex?
The two cities with the green dots. To your north, Linthel and Iridion.
Oh, okay. All right.
That would make sense.
And the
That would make
Hathon,
sense.
we have a Hathon war flag. Does that mean we're a warship of Hathon?
Yes.
Okay. To my knowledge, would they require documents to prove that? Are they like as bureaucratic?
Who do you
as
think you're
those
encountering?
kind of
Like, do you
things?
think this is like? I don't know how to answer that question because I don't know who you think you're about to meet with.
So I think I'm about to encounter an official governmental ship of some kind. I
Quote,
don't know
okay.
who,
Government.
but I think I'm going to encounter a sanctioned warship of a country of some kind.
Okay, then no, they probably would not ask for your papers because they wouldn't know what your country's papers are. Now, if these are Mythosians, that's a whole different thing. But most countries
obviously.
in the West don't do that.
So most countries in the West don't ask. We have a city-state merchant flag at the moment,
Yeah,
and we have papers as a city-state merchant ship, right?
yeah.
Okay, so
I think
If it's a
we're
Western-
Bing chilling.
yeah, if it's a Western ship, they won't ask for our papers for Bing Shalom. If it's a Mythosian ship, they will ask for our papers. We're still Bing Shalom.
If it's a pirate ship,
If it's a pirate, we're gonna have to fight them anyway, so it doesn't matter what the fucking flag,
we're gonna get fucked.
right?
Well,
Yeah,
if it's a pirate ship that's that big, like it's GG. Like go next.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like okay.
Yeah, this game turns into Snort's Adventures in Galactus.
unironic.
Snort and
No,
Brill and Galadriel.
Sorry. Snort doesn't know how to swim, so that's not what it's.
I'm learning.
Yeah.
Snorting it out in Galadriel.
We've
I'd
got
save-
thingies.
I'd save Snort.
What do you
Snort's
mean?
chill.
Uh,
Well,
we're
the ship
just
is
gonna walk
now-
back from the
The
water
ship is
to
getting
the
closer,
Okay,
and
so
you're able to
I'm
discern
going
some details now.
Okay, let's do that.
There are no cannons present aboard the ship. There are a total of 16 ballistas.
Jesus.
Based on the size, you would guess it has a crew of around 600.
Okay.
Notably, you have never seen this design of ship before, which means it is not a warship from Eastern Valoros. The hull is made out of a wood with a silvery sheen, which to you is not very helpful, but to Rudel means it is a silver pine warship, which have not been constructed in over 100 years.
Does Rudel share that with me?
Yes, I'm going to say that and then suggest we should book it because they will fucking
nice.
annihilate us.
Also,
Are they?
Shaibana
So,
know that too, right?
Oh yeah, true, he would. He's a master, yeah.
so does that mean they're a pirate or are they a governmental ship?
Alex, would these guys normally be friendly?
I don't. Depends who's in the boat, man. It's just
These
a boat.
guys-
The boat
Yeah,
doesn't say anything
fair.
about the crew.
So I'm asking the likelihood of pirate versus sanctioned government.
What factors how?
Okay,
I would like
so
to ask a question, Alex.
what
Yes, Ben.
Rudel
How
will
many of these boats are there? Is that something that any of these players might know if they're rare or common? They sound rare.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, Rudel, roll me a history check. This is just. Let's see how many stories of your dad you listen to.
Can I help?
No.
Oh.
22. That's pretty.
Alrighty. Rudel, you know the answer to this quite well. Silver Pine warships, even back in the day, were not common. They were only given to admirals of the Royal Fleet. I don't think, it's way too random of a piece of information for your dad to have told you this, but that means 100 years ago, only admirals possessed these vessels. So there's probably less than 20 ever. Like, when the kingdom fell.
So then I don't think that this belongs to random thugs then.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah.
great. Yeah, whoever's on it is very
So-
strong.
Yeah, so my idea is that those guys that we annihilated were hired by the guy in Linfell, and they ran back to Linfell, told on us, and were like, "You need to annihilate these guys because they're sailing around trying to kidnap people." And they're like, "Okay." So,
Well, this ship came from the south, not the north.
Yeah.
oh, the
Also,
south.
how would they know that we're trying to kidnap people? We never told them that.
Oh,
That's-
so it's from
that's
the
true.
direction of Blue Haven.
Well,
Yeah.
I would not say that. I would say the direction of Findar, because it's coming from the southwest, not the direct south.
Oh no, they're gonna rip off out our teeth.
We're like so worried about this. It's literally just a boat.
Isn't that Findor and Labrix that will rip out our teeth?
Yes. Oh, yes. Fendar and Findor are different cities.
Oh,
Yes, this is.
This is from the city of
Fendar, not
Fendar, which
Findor.
is here.
oh.
They'll probably like
Okay,
also
so
rip out our
okay,
teeth, though,
so
right?
Yeah, but they'll be like kinder about it.
Yeah.
so has Rudel shared all that with me?
Yeah.
And not okay. So I'm going to continue sailing. I'm gonna Bing Shaling, dude. We
Okay.
have the
Yeah, you
papers
guys
for
continue
the
to
flag
sail.
We're sailing. It's okay. Sorry. What would the? I'm looking to see what they would find if we currently got searched.
Well, that's to say that they wouldn't just confiscate whatever we have just because they want it.
Okay, that's irrelevant. There's nothing fucking we can do about that either way, right? There's no shot we're gonna hide much of this stuff. So if they only found the stuff in general storage and the armory and like the larder and things of that nature, Alex, would anything of that be of suspicion?
It completely depends on the laws that this boat is operating under and the nation it belongs to.
Winter clothes, no. Crates of cinnamon?
It's not illegal.
Okay.
Let's cut to it. Fire moss. We have.
So I'm talking if they don't find our hidden chest, right? Which is what all of that stuff is under. The false floor. I'm saying if they don't find it, which I'm convincing, right?
I mean, you guys are heavily armed. In some countries, that could be not chill.
Okay.
Vampire paraphernalia.
Yeah,
but
that
they
could be
don't-
not chill.
We could. Okay.
I'm just trying to answer you the question of like a hypothetical country, because again, laws vary to an insane degree. In some places, having weapons of any kind on a merchant vessel would be not chill.
I am happy with what I have. Okay. I as a city-state captain, which is what I'm posing under, I am happy with everything that's presented right now. Does anyone have any argument against that?
I think we face the music.
Yeah. Is there a reason we can't just leave?
Because you don't have oarsmen, they are faster than you.
Yeah.
We're low on oarsmen. Yeah.
We're planning to raid this.
Man, having no oarsmen.
Remember?
Yeah, you were faster than almost every other ship on the ocean until you lost those.
And,
We're working
so,
on it.
So my plan is, if they question us, I will simply say we were blown off course by a storm. We don't have a great idea of where we are, but we are heading along the coast. They don't know what storm. They don't know a storm didn't roll through the Gulf of Galadrium and then head.
They damn well might if they were going through the Gulf of Galadrim.
No, so they have.
That's actually a really good point.
So
a storm did go through the Gulf of Galadrim.
That's true. That's also true.
They have no proof that a storm did not roll through here, wallop us from like all the way down here, down into here, and then just fucking curve up there, right? They have no proof that happened. They have
We
no
don't know
idea
where they're from. If they came from Linfell, they could know that. If they came from...
Well, either way, as you are deliberating this, as you know, all the officers are on the back of the ship, you see that at the prow of their vessel, near their mast, because they're getting ever closer, they have flags that are waving, semaphore, which you have a couple people on your ship that can read it. So it's slow. They go character by character. Luckily for you, it's in semaphore common, which is a good sign that they're trying to communicate. They say, identify yourself.
I will direct our semaphore to just say Mythosian merchant ship blown up.
Nope, city-state.
City-state. I meant city-state the whole time.
Yeah. All right, you do this. Next comes name.
Our papers say the Defiance, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I'll just say Defiance.
All right, the three sails were at about 3/4 mast. They unfurl the bottom part and go to full speed.
It's over.
We can't outrun them either way, so whatever.
As the vessel gets closer, you begin to see the assemblage of crew on this vessel. There is no common uniform amongst them. It's pretty haphazard. The ballistas are not mostly armed. Only like the first 4 are. The other 8 are largely abandoned, maybe because they just don't think they need them. And near the front middle of the deck, where they're probably going to come side to side with you, you can see an entourage. It looks almost like a foreign dignitary. You can't make out many details from this distance, but as it gets closer, you start to make out more. And there's a man. He's standing where a boarding plank will soon be lowered to attach them to your vessel. And he is wearing what looks to be a mixture between a pirate and like an ancient elven general. So he has this big hat with like a feather out of it, and then he's wearing this like elven leather armor which sort of fits to his form. He has like 5 different scimitars at different points on his body. He has this wacky assemblage of clothing.
I have one main question.
Mm-hmm.
They have enough crew to man all 12 ballista, correct?
Now that you can see the number of people on the ship, this ship is actually undermanned. A ship of this size should have around 600 people. There looks to be, just on the top of the deck, around 120.
Can we outrun them if we fucking... Every man who's available goes to the oars. Can we outrun them?
If you had done this earlier, maybe. But at this point, you're close enough that you can see the details of this captain. You're within their ballista range, so we'd be rolling into initiative if you.
I've got a cannon set. This elven wood, whatever they're using.
How many of their ballista are pointing direct front?
Well, they're all in 360 swivels, so technically all of them could.
So all of them can fire on us. All 12 of them.
Yeah.
If
well,
in a pursuit chase, all 12 of them can fire on us?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's no shot we're getting away then, boys. This is...
To be fair, if they came here to kill you, they'd probably be doing some slightly different behaviors.
Yeah, either they're going to kill us all, or they're here for some other weird reason, at which point we're about to find out. So,
yeah. So once your ships get a bit closer, now you're within 500 feet, and your entire crew is on the deck, including galley's people, because there's nothing they can do. Oarsmen.
Yeah, I'll let them on.
And there's this tension in the air because their crew is they're not shooting you, but they're also not explaining why they're here. And it's not until your ships are like, you're about 100 feet apart, but you're like side by side. And the man with this feather hat and his elven armor extends a hand to his right, and one of his many attendants, who again are dressed like they're in a court of like a king almost. They place a cone into his right hand. He places the cone to his lips, and he says, "Greetings."
Do I have a cone?
Greetings.
You do have a cone, but Snort screams across the gap.
I will kick Snort off of the poop deck. He will fall the full 10 feet down onto the main deck.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Is that done?
Yeah, it is done.
Okay. All right. I take the horn. Greetings. What can we do for you today?
Permission to come aboard.
Why?
I'd like to talk.
About?
I don't feel like answering.
Are you going to enforce with your weaponry if we do not comply?
Only if absolutely strictly necessary.
So be it. I'm aboard.
And slowly the vessel comes closer, and you actually realize, as your vessels are getting closer and you guys retract your ours so none of the oars get snapped, this is a Westbar half-elf, not a Galadrim half-elf. He has pale skin, black hair, and once the ships get close enough, a gangplank will be lowered.
I'm a lot less worried now.
And 2 of his attendants will roll out a red carpet across the gangplank. And
Alex,
yeah,
what year is this?
1275.
What year did Reeman's Rebellion occur?
1275.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And one man will walk across the gangplank, and your crew is like keeping a massive distance because they don't know what the fuck is happening. You also see he has like honor guard on his side of the ship that are equipped in plate armor. It's beat up, fucked up plate, but it's still plate. And a man walks across. He's dressed like a man of port, and he unfurls a scroll and says, "Greetings, crew of the Defiance. You are now meeting with Galenus, the General of Seas, Warlord of Findar, Master of Oceans, Captain of the Seaborn. Please, prostrate yourselves as soon as you are able to do so."
Okay.
He said,
Prostrate?
Eric's. Did he say Findar or Findor?
Findar.
Findar. Okay.
All right, everyone, bow your heads only.
The
Yeah,
crew
okay.
looks
And
towards
I
you
will-
and follows
I
along.
will, I will bow my head.
I will
Yeah.
bow my little
Yeah.
snort head.
The
Well, I guess we're all bowing our heads now.
crier
Yeah,
looks
right.
backwards towards the man, and the man gives a nod, and then the crier walks back across the gangplank, and another man comes across. He takes out a beaten and busted trumpet and makes a tune that sounds a bit like a fart, just a squeal exits from the trumpet. And it's almost funny, because this is like, it's like a little kid learned about a noble court and did their absolute best with what they had to, like, improvise.
I will, under my breath, no one laugh under pain of lashes.
Yeah, it would be funny if there wasn't like 40 Marines on their ship that were armed with weapons. And then eventually, after this has all finished up, the man himself, Galenus, the General of Seas, will walk across the gangplank. He has a cloak that sort of goes behind him, but after he gets to the halfway point of the gangplank, he'll make this big show of undoing the clasps, and the cloak will fall, and his attendants will recover it. And alone, he walks to your side of the ship. It's a rather fancy name for such a mundane vessel.
I'll raise up my head, look around, nod for everyone else to do the same.
Yeah, everyone like is just putting their hands on their weapons, not like to withdraw them, just like, carefully.
Yes, sir. The name helps ward off unnecessary intrusions some of the time.
Well, I'm here because I learned that you had a bit of tussle with a, we'll call him working associate of mine, Captain Forkbeard. You may be familiar.
I legitimately do not know what the name of that
Perfect.
captain is. So, we had a tussle of sorts near Linthel, I suppose.
Well, that's not what the survivors said. They said it was about a day south of Linthel, at an inlet actually not too far from where we are now.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright, near Linthel is... I come from Eastern Valor, so near Linthel is a much broader term to me than I suppose it would be.
Ah, well, it's been a while. City-state flag. All right, let's see how this goes. Do you speak to Brashen?
Let me look. I highly doubt it, though.
I do.
No, I don't.
All right, well, then, Svensson, you hear Kavaya, Daniela, Suka, Dovaska, and Shaiban, you hear, I'm not very good at this, but it's a pleasure to meet you.
I will say in Mythos and Delian, one right after another. How about this? You know either of those?
He'll switch to Delian. Oh, a wonderful language. Well, it's good to see we have some men of culture replacing Captain Forkbeard.
Yes, much more comfortable with this.
What
Sorry,
did you say?
I want to
Replacing?
be just like
We up?
aware.
We got new jobs?
I want to be aware of who knows what's going on here. Who speaks Delian?
I do.
Okay, so
Snort does.
Unios does. Snort
What?
does.
Why the fuck does Snort speak
What?
Delian?
That's astounding.
Yeah, I'm
That's
lying.
astounding.
Oh, he's lying.
That'd
Based.
be really funny. Like, imagine if like Snort was just some unknown reason just knew like Mythos.
So this is my impression. Please inform me if I am wrong, but I would have learned what languages everyone knows before they came about. Is this
Probably.
wrong?
I think that's reasonable.
Okay, so I'm going to.
Oh shit! I don't even have
This
comment
is
on my sheet.
this is Ethan. This is now Ethan assuming you are telling me the truth. Please tell me what languages you all know. Like if you know. Delian.
Sinvalin. And
Well, no, does anyone speak
Dwarvish.
Delian, basically?
Does anyone speak Delian?
Booyog.
I
Just-
speak Delian.
Okay, just Unios and
Okay,
Adrian then.
so Unios and Adrian know what's going on. Everyone else, I'm out of character and in character. I'm going to assume you don't know what's going on there.
Cool.
Once you guys start
All right.
speaking booyog.
All right. In Delhi, the rest of the conversation is in Delhi.
Mm-hmm. And he just said it was a pleasure to meet a man of culture.
Indeed, yes. It's been a while since I've had need to converse in this. Actually,
Well,
what can I do for you?
you're men of business, clearly. I can see those cannons of yours. I bet they didn't come with this vessel originally. This would be nice. You're lucky, though. We don't have a steady supply of gunpowder, so they wouldn't be very useful on the Seabourn. If they were, well, we'd be having a very different conversation right now.
Thankfully, we are not.
Well, either way, Captain Forkbeard is dead now, I assume. At least that's what the survivors said. And since you're still here, that's a pretty good indicator they were telling the truth. So I'll give you the same deal I gave him. I am the Warlord of Fendar. I'm allied with a friend of mine in the city of Kovani. So the deal is this. Fendar and Kovani are not to be touched. If you see a ship flying a flag like the one up on our vessel, or one with a large eye prominent in the flag, you are not to raid that ship.
I'll look to Unios. Note that. Large eye.
Alright, I'll write it down. So large eye, one like...
And then also, one like that. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, the flag he gestured up towards is 2 tridents on white, crossed on a black background.
It's, okay, repeat that.
2 white tridents on a black background.
White. Tridents.
Additionally, the western Gulf of Galadrim is off limits. That's the hunting ground of my fleet. So I leave the east to, well, previously was Captain Forkbeard, but I see no reason why the same agreement can't be extended to you.
That would be Labrex and Bindor?
Oh no, those cities are no-go even for me. The black sips of Alar are not my cup of tea. No, I mean the Gulf itself. Any ships found within that territory. The line will be Kovani. Anything east of that you find in the Gulf, it's fair game for you to touch. Anything west, well, that's our prize.
Anything... You're saying anything east of Kovani? Or anything east of... Anything east of Kovani? Is that what
Yes.
Alright. That was our intended hunting ground anyway.
Wonderful.
I see no reason why this can't be agreed on.
Are there any other ships in your fleet, or just this one?
No, just us.
Maybe the ship's more than meets the eye, then. I mean, I know that Forkbeard had at least 4 ships to his name. I think he'd acquired a 5th.
We believe we are tracking 5, as according to his logbook. We sunk 3 and forced 1 to beach.
Well, I wouldn't worry about the survivors of that little tussle. They've already been pressed into my service.
Oh, did they flee south?
No, they fled to the city of Linthel, but, having the largest fleet on the island does lend one a bit of an ability to get around quickly. The Seabourn here, well, I won't bore you with details, but suffice it to say, there's a reason why we don't go in the Eastern Gulf, but you, as private entrepreneurs, can do that without any problem. So I doubt you'll be sticking around a lot. I imagine you're just here to get a bit of gold and go on your way.
We need slaves, mostly. Our galley is slightly depleted.
Oh, well, are you in a purchasing mood?
That depends on how much.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, only reasonable prices, I assure you.
We would need to negotiate specifics before I were to decide. But
Oh,
yes.
well, where's your quartermaster?
In fact, Unios. He's the only other one that speaks Delian, as far as I know.
I'll say,
Which
pleasure
is very
to meet you.
convenient.
And he gives you a flourishy bow, and he says, "Greetings. Well, I'll get my accountant to come over here and explain the details, but in Fendar we have a thriving slave market, taken from inland, of course. I'm sure, based on your location, I'm guessing you were looking for the coasts."
Now, I assume this will be more profitable, this will be more beneficial than if we were to sail to St. Knezer, or the east, I assume?
If you'd like to go to the port of St. Knezer, you can, but last I heard, the thing was burning to the ground.
That's what we heard as well. I wasn't sure if that was founded or not.
Well,
now
you're in my playground, but it sounds as if we have a mutual understanding, so there's no reason for us to speak further. I'll have my accountant come over and take care of the details.
Yes, please. Yes, we are in mutual agreement.
He pats the railing of the Defiance. I changed my mind about your ship here. You know, it is mundane, this is true. It's no Seabourn, but there's a good amount of love put into this thing.
Now, logistical question. How many ships do you have under your command? Are we likely to run into one anytime soon, or is this the only one in the area?
He walks across the gangplank and He just doesn't answer the question. Some of his attendants roll up the rug, and the crew sort of breathes a sigh of relief, and all the eyes are just looking towards you and Unios.
I yell out, "Bye-bye!"
He does not respond.
Alright then.
The gangplank remains, though, because they are going to send over the accountant.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna be gone for like 1 minute.
We've acquired slaves! Adrian just starts partying hard.
You know, that went so much better than the last time we got pulled over by a warship.
True.
Well,
No
yeah, these guys were
bureaucracy.
too... Yeah.
They're too nice, Ben. That's what you were saying.
Well, no, they're too big to have, like, if they wanted to board, they couldn't have had bad intentions. They would have just insta-nuked us.
Well, yeah, I mean, from his perspective, he just looked around and was like, is there anything here worth taking? Nah, okay. We'll leave. Like, again, if those cannons, if you guys, honestly, if he knew the amount of gunpowder you had in your ship, he probably would have rethought that particular arrangement. Because
Love that he's too cocky to even ask.
Yeah, I mean, you're small fries. Just a galley?
Yeah.
Anyways, so I know Ethan's gone, but
galley with no slaves.
but the accountant will come over. He is a Galadrim half-elf. Actually, he looks a lot like Rudo. Like brown hair, a bit down in his life, kind of scuffed up noble clothes. And he'll head to the captain's quarters and sit down across from you, Unios. And he will basically, this is the pitch he gives you. Now, I want you to keep in mind, he is a businessman. He's a salesman. But the pitch he gives you is, in Linthel and Iridion, there are not slave markets. They do way too much trade with Athon, and they can't trade slaves. You can't find public ones. There are private ones, he admits to that, but they're fucking expensive because they're illegal. If you go to Findor or Labrex, they will... Oh, welcome back. The accountant is negotiating, giving his pitch to Unios. If you go to Labrex or Findor...
I was also there.
Sure. If you go to Labrex or Findor, they will kill you. There's no real negotiation to be had there. Kovani doesn't technically sell slaves. Again, they have a legal trade, but not the same. So the only legal places you can go for slaves are Mythosia or St. Knezer. Either case, you're traveling a lot, and you'll probably pay a surcharge because both of those have bureaucratic states. That leaves the wonderful slave city of Fendar. These are, locally sourced from Galadrim. They can break it up into age brackets for you. They can sell you, working age men if you like, and if you want people with experience at the sea, they have those because they've been pressing people into service for quite a few years. They've been tried and trusted by plenty of people that have passed through the region, and basically they can offer you any support if you have problems with the slaves that you acquire.
So hard.
And,
so grim.
And they will sell you the particular slaves you're looking for, which are men between the ages of 14 and 25 who have some sort of physical acumen to be oarsmen. He can give you those at 2 gold a head.
2 gold? That's a good price.
And they're not these are not debt slaves, to be clear. These are just actual literal slaves.
I would be.
Okay.
I would.
Is he open to haggling?
Well, currently it's Unios, Captain Svensson, and this accountant in the captain's quarters, and he's delivered this pitch, and he'll lean back and say in common, "Well, this is what I've been permitted to offer you by the great General Galenus. Do you need a moment to discuss?"
Never took the first offer.
2 gold a head, you say? That's a bit steep for what we were purchasing them for.
Is it steep? Do you have a quote from another retailer?
Yes, there's nothing stopping us from sailing back to the eastern continent and buying them for roughly, I'll look at you, I suppose, 1 gold a head?
The Mythosians selling for 1 gold a head. All right, I know that you're trying to get a better deal here, but you should have picked out St. Knezer. At least they're having a fire sale at the moment. I mean, Mythosia, really?
No, that's silly. It would be the city-state, of course.
The city, well, if you like to go, what is that? 2,500, 2,600 miles to go get your slaves? Feel free. But I thought we were having realistic talks here about, short-term business. You want to get somewhere quick. I can see the number of oars you have on this ship. You need at least 60 slaves to offer it. How many slaves do you got right now? 10, 20, 30?
Maybe somewhere in between there, but what I'm saying is, at 2 gold a head, it would be more profitable for us to head back to the city-state to buy them, instead of buying them here.
Well, I'll talk to your money man, because I'm sure he can at least do the math. Let's say you get them for 1 gold in the city, all right? You're spending 38 extra gold, 40, 50 now. but you're getting there in half the time. Whatever sort of mission you're doing, let's say, I mean, you're pirates, so that means you can catch your prey quicker. We're talking a short-term cash influx to pay for any expense you're doing now. This is a long-term investment on your business.
What other languages?
If I may make a
do you
pitch,
speak Unius?
Ethan, shut up.
yeah, if I may make a
Sorry.
pitch, I can't imagine many Westerners are coming through here, and we're offering to buy in bulk. So, since we're not buying by the individual head, I'd say.
What's your bulk? We can discuss
Eric's
bulk depending on how many you're getting.
Eric's, how many do we need?
38.
38. So yeah, I'll say roughly 40.
40. I thought we were talking bulk here. Last time we had an Alceranian ship run through, they bought 500. Listen, if you can buy 50, we can talk about a different price.
What would that price be?
All right. Are we still looking for men between 14 and 25 with a bit of meat on their bones?
Yes.
All right, 50. Now, that actually qualifies for your quartermaster feature. So roll me a charisma check. So roll me a charisma check to see if you can get a 20% discount.
Hold on, I want to read
90
that.
slaves.
I don't think I have it on my sheet yet. I wanted to read what it says, just because.
When purchasing bulk items more than 50 of a single item, the quartermaster can pull on the prior connections. Roll a charisma check with a D sided. On a pass, quartermaster gets 20% total discount on the bulk purchase.
To be fair, Ben, this is your guys' fault. Okay, you could have just bought normal people. You could have just hired people on your ship.
This is not my fault. At every turn, I have done what it takes to not be in this situation.
I agree. I'm just saying, I'm also, not at. I just made a sandbox, okay?
We don't know what they're fucking talking about.
Okay, Unios, he will give it to you for 1.8 gold per head.
Okay, so it was 50 for that.
Mm-hmm.
Do we
It might be
even
cheaper
need
to buy
the
the more.
12 extra?
You don't. You just be carrying them.
Yeah, so it would be paying 50 for, or 90 for 50, or 76 for 38. If we were to just.
Really, I think he'll keep talking and say, and I mean, think of the resale value. We're talking secondhand markets. You can probably get a markup 50, 100% if you're stopping by Al Sarah. I mean, you go to Dejet and Ihor. I've heard of some of our clients getting 200, 300%.
Slavery. Oh my god.
Are we just becoming slavers?
You are slavers. You always have been.
No.
What did
I mean, like buying and reselling at this point.
Well, we don't have anywhere to
Are you
resell them.
implying that slave flipping is any worse than just being a slave owner?
No, of course not. I'm literally. This is from the business. This is
The
what we're
business,
turning
of course.
Rather than pirates. Is this how we're gonna make our
Guys,
money?
we cannot be entertaining this. This
Why
is so
not?
bad.
It's a.
He's about to say it's a viable business.
I'm also not a fan.
Look, we had debt slaves that we would have set free,
The accountant
but
will
you
say.
let them go.
The accountant will say, "Listen, I know that you folks have to go to your crew. I know that you two aren't the only one I'm speaking to, so I'll even throw in." He looks around the ship. A complimentary 20 pounds of carpentry tools. That's probably useful for a ship like yours.
How much? Like, how many uses is that, Alex?
One.
It would be 2. One.
Oh, is it 2? Okay, then yeah, 2. And, I mean, if you're sticking around the area for a while, we could discuss a financing plan, but it'd been indicated to me by the general that you were only doing a one-time purchase.
I would
We will
assume
be
that
here.
we get a sale of receipt and safe passage to Fendar, at least relative to what your.
I don't think the safe passage
Capable.
would be on board, but we absolutely would give you a sale of receipt once you go to the market there. Again, I'm just, the middleman. You'd actually have to speak to the slave owners, but I'll make sure that if we get a deal worked out, that can be passed through in the markets.
Okay. What languages do you speak other than Delian?
I've got, let's see, Common, Mythos, Dwarvish, Sylvian, Common. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna bet on this guy not speaking Mythos then. But that's it's whatever. How much are
just
we
ask
paying?
for a moment.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I will ask. That's actually a much better idea. I will ask for a moment to practice it.
Absolutely. Though, supplies don't always last, especially in this business, you know, and unlike normal retailers, we actually have a bit of churn just based on, you know, life expectancy.
This will not take too long at all.
All right. And the accountant will exit the room out onto the main deck.
All right. How much are we expecting to pay without the full discount?
Repeat that. You're quiet.
How much are we expecting to pay without the full discount?
Without the gold discount, 38 would be 76 gold pieces. With the discount buying 50, it would be 90.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to briefly cut away from Unios and Spencer. You can get back to this in a second, but Snort, you don't understand any of the shit that's being talked about, but you see this accountant, and he looks really weird. You know, he's he's a half elf, first of all. Those are pretty unique. Didn't see a lot of those in Thought. But also, he's like... He has like a little pouch. He has his hair like tied up into sort of like a yoga bun. He's just a very unique looking person. And as he comes out, he seems to look at you with like equal shock of like, what, like, you're a fucking halfling. And you have this moment of like shared, like, what are you?
I'll look up at him and be like, Sam, where are you from?
Oh, you know, my family's from Quavani, but you know, work took me to Fendar.
Yeah, sure. I don't know where either of those places are.
What about you?
I hear it's nice there in Fendar.
I mean, it's great. The in-laws live back in Quavani. You know, my wife's always talking about how we got to get back away from work. But you know, my grind never stops.
I hate it when that happens. Yeah, no, I'm the same way.
I'm actually curious on hearing what it's like in Quavani right now.
Do you ask him?
Yeah, I was like, oh, Quavani. What happened?
Well, Quavani's the old news. You know, Fendar's a new up-and-comer, you know. We're economy's booming.
Everyone knows that.
Yeah, economy's booming. You know, throughput of services and goods are off the charts. I mean, we're trying to advertise ourselves as the premier port for foreign visitors because they know they're not going to get pirated. You go to Linthel, you go to Iridion, your ship's getting robbed, you're getting pirates breathing down your neck. You go to Findar, you have the protection of General Galenus.
Yeah.
Everyone's saying that, Rudel. Come on.
It's true. Where are my manners? Rudel Strongheim. Also born in Quavani.
Oh, Quavani. Well, I mean, you got a warlord ruling your... I mean, I don't want to speak ill of him because he's allied to General Galenus. They're working together, but, you know, he doesn't have the business sense, you know, all those morals and ethics holding him back. I mean, that city could be probably one of the wealthiest in all of Galadrim, but, you know, he's not doing things right.
I'll say, he drove me out of my home.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if you were from here, you know that Galadrim is just burgeoning, just bustling at the seams with human capital, but it's not being used in a proper way. I mean, we have millions of people on this island, not under any proper authority, not generating economic output. We're turning that basically into direct profit.
No, I know. I mean, I had a teacher who was saying, like, you know, Quavani's just sitting on a gold mine.
I'm gonna shove Snort like somewhere else. I'm gonna make him go somewhere else.
Well, as you pick up Snort and begin to eject him, we cut back to Unios and Svensson crunching the numbers on the most efficient slave deal.
So, out of character, I think the take is that if we're planning to do more fighting, some will probably be killed, so we go for the 50 for 1.8 deal.
Oh, wow, that's not actually something I thought.
Also, does it let us maybe push a little bit harder without going to exhaustion?
You could probably go a little bit extra every day, yeah. But again, I think actually, never mind. I need to double check something. I think you may actually reach your ship's capacity limit. Like literally, like I don't think more people can be on the boat.
The issue is we can only fit so many people, and the issue is
we've got a fuck ton of rations. Except for
I can sleep in a barrel.
One ration.
No, 50 people would put you like 20 people over your physical capacity of the ship. So they'd have to be like sleeping on the deck or something.
Yeah. Also, like,
and
they're not going to die in battle. They're just staying below deck.
True.
Which is where cannonballs hit,
We did not lose any oarsmen, correct?
Correct.
Barely lost anyone.
During any of our last battles. We only lost people during boarding engagements.
Also, I was wrong. It's 32, not 38. That changes the math.
If we really want to get grim about it, I do have like a money optimal play, I think.
Okay, yeah.
I think you buy the slaves and then you kill people that we have to pay.
No, sorry, that's
That's too
That
grim.
will- that will be a
We're
mutant.
not killing Democratus.
That'll
No,
be
no,
a
no, no,
mutant.
no, no. I mean,
No, he means the
Oarsmen who are,
freedmen.
like, on the contract. Yeah.
I don't
yeah,
think
no,
like
that's-
Philo would put up for that.
That's no one would put up. I would.
I do
Money
find
goes
it
up,
very
he only
funny
cares
that
about coin.
yeah, the problem is pragmatism, not like the awful nature of killing members of your actual crew.
No, this is
Yeah.
no, sorry. This is
Yeah. No one's like, we would be bad people. Everyone's like, I don't think Philo
There'd
would
be a
go
mutiny,
for it.
guys. They'd hurt us.
Yeah,
No,
yeah. Well, we'd all go for it, but it's Philo. He's the problem.
that is an Adrian. Yeah,
Uh,
he will not kill paying members of the crew.
But yeah,
Sorry,
32
He won't,
yeah.
he won't do that for pragmatism or otherwise.
So
Sure.
we need 38, but you're saying our capacity
No, we need
is
32. We need 32. That's how many we
We
need.
need-
So,
30.
so
Yeah.
Adrian, I'm thinking we pay the lower price, not the 90.
Yeah,
We
32.
pay the-
You just 32 times 2. That's 64 gold. That's
Mhm.
not awful.
Now, yes, especially with
Not awful.
I think I
The
can-
morality is awful.
I know.
Like,
it's
the
just-
morality
yeah,
is
yeah.
fucked up on the scale, but
Yeah.
like, thinking pragmatically, like
I am-
64 gold for 32 people is
You
like.
guys have to
I
stop
am-
thinking pragmatically. That doesn't like, get you out of the moral quandary.
No, morally it's bad, but in like dollar
No.
amounts, like
No, you see, in
Base.
our world, it's morally wrong.
Well, in Valorous, it's also morally wrong, to be clear.
Father, you
No.
don't understand. I know that it was a sin, but I got lots of Skrilla from it.
In the West, it's morally wrong.
we
right?
have
we are
Based
Eastern
moral relativist.
Valorosians.
we have a Valoros god in
Yeah.
the Discord
Well,
chat telling us
if it's so
wrong.
morally wrong, what would you suggest we do, Ben?
Pay people. I said that in every turn. We should pay people to join the ship.
No.
Give them shares.
No, it did not. say
No,
that.
you
No,
never
it
said
did not.
that.
Anyway,
That's
Totally-
crazy if we
So it sounds like we're taking
Never
the third.
existed.
Okay, so it sounds like because we are way over time at this point. So it sounds like we're taking
Yes.
the lower deal, the
Yeah.
lower number at
Um,
2 gold ahead.
32.
yes. So this is with Unios at this point. I am fairly certain I can persuade the crew into accepting this, especially with the payout we've just received. Now, we would have to conduct piracy of some level from here on. We would have to at least take one more ship's worth, I'd say, to make this journey proficiently profitable. Do you think that's all right? Sounds good then.
Uh,
All right.
well, do we? Since our capacity is 38, do we want to just get 38 and have some extras since it wouldn't put us over capacity?
I suppose that's
Can't
would that cut into our rations?
Yes.
Well, we just got a bunch more too, though. Like 3 crates, was it? I'd be concerned about grog and water, but we can get more water.
That's I'm asking you at this point. Is this going to cut into our grog rations and water if we take on the additional people without actually having work to do?
Yeah, of course. You have to feed them. What are you talking about?
Sorry, is it going to cut into our? Is it going to cut into it like a?
Okay, so just real quick, the
Large
maximum
enough
capacity of the
amount.
ship is 120 people, to be clear, and you need 32 to fulfill your like minimum obligations. So if we're talking extra people aboard the ship,
Okay, sorry,
would
but
be-
I also want room to hire at least 3 more Marines, another
yeah.
topman.
okay, then I would say you leave those last 19 slots open because you may take on passengers, you may get Marines, because that's what the ship was like at maximum capacity. You had 60 oarsmen, and then all the other roles. So I say probably just leave those slots open.
Okay,
Okay.
sorry, you're saying we have how many slots do we have if we take on the minimum number of horsemen left?
19.
Okay, so if we took on 3 more Marines and the 1 more topman, we'd have 15 more slots, correct?
And then you take on a quartermaster's mate, you have 14 slots, yeah.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Okay, 14 slots. Okay, can we take on 4 additional oarsmen per? Can we? Yeah, 4 additional oarsmen.
Yeah, if you want to take on 36, that's fine. You'll still be paying 2 gold ahead, though.
Yeah, that's fine. So we have 10 available slots,
Mm-hmm.
discounting the mate, the quartermaster's mate, the Marines, and the additional topman.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll propose that to you, Neos.
Clarify
Sweet.
what you're proposing.
So we would take on 4 extra oarsmen beyond the ship minimum needs, right? So that would leave us 3 slots for the 3 additional marine slots we need to fill, another topman slot for that slot we need to fill, and then 10 additional miscellaneous slots for whatever we may need to fill. Passengers, weird people we take on later, things of that nature.
So 36 total. Yeah, that sounded fine.
Okay. All right. That's what I'll have him propose to the accountant then.
Yeah, you call back in the accountant, and he will sell it at 2 gold ahead.
All right.
All right. And how many gold is that?
Well, you don't need to pay him now. Not until you get to Fendar. We'll deal with that next session.
Oh, we have to pay him during. All right,
But we do get a sale of receipt, yeah.
Once you get to Fendar, once you buy you give him money.
Okay, but is he gonna
do we have some confirmation the sale is agreed upon?
Yeah, absolutely. He thinks that's more than agreeable. You should be able to find a seller in Fendar.
Do we have some paper receipt that the sale is agreed upon?
No, but the Seaborn's headed right back to Fendar. They're going to be faster than you, of course, but he'll make sure that it's ready when you get there.
Do we have a place to find them when we get there?
He'll be. You just ask for. Oh yeah, actually, yeah. No, that's true.
Bro.
No, yeah, no. He would give you. Ask for the grand computator of the general, Galenus.
Jackson, can you write that down, please?
I'll just write it out. Yeah. Grand computator of the general Galenus.
He computes things, guys. It's simple.
It is pretty simple. All right. As we wrap up the final parts of that deal, all that's left is have a vote of the crew. So, since we just discussed it for about 10 minutes, I think we're just going to hold the vote now. Deal is 36 slaves, 2 gold ahead, be the new oarsman, and now we just go through. So, Captain Spence.
Now, I'm specifying the deal is we also conduct additional piracy to make up for the loss of profits after this.
Okay. Captain Svensson.
I vote yes.
Georg.
Yes.
Unios.
Yes.
Rudel.
Yes.
That's surprising.
Oh, okay then.
Vezio.
Yes.
Alrighty. Okay, the 4 castlemen under Hambar are going to vote no. The Afterguard are going to vote no. Philo Cord is going to vote yes, but not all of his people will vote with him. 2 of them will vote no.
Oh,
Wait, sorry, hold on. What's sorry? What was this all this vote for?
To buy the slaves.
Oh, okay. Putting it to a vote. I thought you were just gonna buy them. I was like,
Well,
oh,
no, it's a crew. Shaibon, how are you voting?
No.
Didn't we already vote on this? We voted
No, you
on
voted to
voted
take
already.
slaves in Galadrim, like conquer them, basically in a raid. This is a big expenditure of capital. It would be really weird not to vote on this. Okay, the Marines, all but one of them, no, all but 2 of them are going to vote with Vezio. So that's 4 votes for Vezio and then 2 votes against. So currently it's 16 yes, 18 no. Andre Cox is going to vote yes. David Cook is going to vote no. His wife is going to vote no. Almost Gambitar.
Is his wife the cook's assistant?
Yes.
Okay.
Almost Gambitar does not care, so he's going to abstain. Erner, the head oarsman, is going to vote no. The surgeon is going to
Why are they voting no?
ask about the specific person.
What's the biggest no block?
The
so
biggest
far?
no block is the
I'm
4
curious-
castlemen.
Is it morality or economics?
Well, Hambar is an Athnaween, so he was a slave when he was a younger man.
Okay.
So he's been voting no on almost all of these. Also, he's injured, so he almost fucking died in the last battle. So he's not looking forward to the prospect of more pirating. Notably, almost every injured person has voted no on this proposal because it's mostly the pirating thing. They don't care about the
if we
slaves.
vote
but...
no, then we're gonna have to go and take them anyway.
No, that is not what the vote is. The vote is we're going to go do additional piracy and we're going to buy slaves. It's not like
So
it's not.
we
the
could-
But if we
alternative.
don't buy the slaves, we have to go and take them from a settlement.
That is not. Not necessarily.
Sure.
You could just go to two
Well, we've
states.
already voted on taking slaves.
Hey,
Sure,
the vote
but
you
it's
gave them,
like-
that's not the vote you gave. So
Could we
that's
chop
not
off the additional piracy thing? and
no,
have it
the vote's
voted?
already been held with that.
No, so the way I'm looking at it is that is not the topmen's, afterguards, forecastlemen's, anyone else's problem other than like the Marines and like the senior officers.
Okay,
'cause
you
they
can
would
view
be
it
the
that way,
ones
but that is not how
voting.
they're going to view it.
No. So I'm looking at it from their perspective, right? Why would they're not going to be the ones in danger of having
Why do you
to
think that half, like, do you
Yeah,
not see that half
Ethan
the
is
top men
agreeing
are
with you,
injured?
Alex.
Oh, okay, yeah, because the top men
Yes,
are injured,
sorry,
the
yes,
forecastlemen are
I would-
injured. Okay, I thought you were saying that they shouldn't be
so-
concerned about this deal, but yeah, they absolutely should because they almost died.
So they would if they vote no on this, we're going to have to go on shore to get.
Oh yeah.
So they don't care about beginning. So they would just vote yes.
Yeah. Okay,
Wait, so,
don't worry about
Dude,
it. Crab,
Alex, stop interrupting. Ethan's trying to explain it clearly, and you keep like.
going, yeah.
I'm just trying to get through the vote
Yeah,
because their votes aren't going to
so-
change.
Everyone else, like the top men, the carpenters, the forecastlemen, the afterguard, they are not going to be the ones to go on shore to get slaves.
So they're not
So
at risk.
if they push that to happen, they would. That's to their benefit, right? Which means they're going to vote no on this, which means we're going to have to go get slaves on shore. I'm not sure if I'm explaining that well, but
No, you got it.
okay, it's to their benefit to force us to go on shore to get slaves. That's what I'm saying.
So there's
Which
no
is why-
way we can amend the vote.
Well, we'll see what happens.
We could call a second vote if we had to.
We'll see what
True.
happens with the rest of the vote.
Crab votes yes. Snort, how do you vote? can
I
abstain.
like him and Ha. When people are called to me, I him and Ha for a bit, and I go, I don't know. We could be getting them for free. I'm gonna look over at Rudel.
Well, I only voted yes because I didn't hear about the piracy part. I would have voted no if I knew about the piracy part.
Okay, so do you nod yes or no?
Probably no.
What?
I look over at
you
Svensson.
voted
He
yes?
proposed it, right?
Yeah.
And
I
Crab is
voted
in.
yes.
Yeah, Crab's in 100%.
All right, I'm in.
Okay, so we are at 19 votes yes, 21 votes no, 2 abstain, and all that's left is the freedmen oarsmen. Now, historically, their votes have been pretty obvious. They just don't want their shares being diluted. So that's going to be 1 vote yes from Micah, a vote yes from Bartholomew, a vote no from Azalia,
Oh, I
A
see. Okay. Yep.
vote yes from Kanaya, a vote yes from Nicodemus, a vote yes from Philemon, a vote no from Uzziah, a
Interesting.
vote yes from Jonathan. Then we have these ones remaining. Okay.
Jesse.
Jesse will vote yes. Nicodemus will vote no.
Are you rolling these, or what's going on?
No, I just know where these people are from, so I'm pretty sure I
Oh.
know how they would. Yeah. Urius would vote no. Ishtab would vote yes. Ithiel would definitely vote yes. Boaz would vote yes. Ishmael would vote yes. Nahum would vote yes. Jeremiah would vote yes. And that's it. So the final vote is 32 yes, 25 no, 2 abstains. So it's been
All right,
approved.
gentlemen.
Close.
Looks like we are going to be buying slaves and then conducting more piracy in the Gulf. So be it.
Alrighty.
What an omnibus bill. All right.
What's an omnibus?
Just pack a bunch of different shit into a bill.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this had like buying them and doing piracy and not capturing and
It's true. There's a lot in there. And it'll all be executed next time on Voyages of the Defiance.
this game sucks. I hate
Bye,
it now.
YouTube.
Disavow, disavow.
Yeah.
I hope
buy-
you're morally better than us. I hope you can
I'm
live
just
living
a-
life
I wash
where
my
you're not
hands of
buying
these
slaves.
sins.
Only a bill.
Hi, YouTube.
I,
And
Bye,
you made
bye.
another character, Ben.
Be happy
I-
knowing that you aren't buying and
YouTube,
trading
I
slaves.
accept and fully release my sins from myself.
YouTube.
Anyone
All right.
that watches the show
Okay,
is
this is too many
abnormally
YouTubes.
culpable of
All right.
arrest.
Goodbye. See you next week. Bye.